your most pressing pharmaceutical business.
This year, as men of honor from different parts of Nigeria, we will gather in Port Harcourt, the Garden City, for the mother of all conferences, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, from the 1st to the 6th of November 2021. This year's conference, with the theme, COVID-19 Lessons, Broadening and Strengthening the Pharmaceutical and Health of Value-Adding Activities, from the opening ceremony to exhibitions, to breakout sessions, to town hall meetings, alumni reunions, meetings by various technical groups, the annual general meeting, and of course the elections, to the gala night and the closing banquet. This year's conference will be hybrid. We will be transmitting the fun and glamour and knowledge and excitement from the conference venue straight to you wherever you may be via Zoom and PharmaStream TV platforms on Facebook and YouTube. Please follow, like, and subscribe to PharmaStream TV on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. I, Taiwo Olaweyini, will be taking you through the journey of the conference, making sure that you miss nothing. Come November, all roads lead to the Garden City. See you there. This year, as men of honor from different parts of Nigeria, we will gather in Port Harcourt, the Garden City, for the mother of all conferences, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, from the 1st to the 6th of November 2021. This year's conference, with the theme, COVID-19 Lessons, Broadening and Strengthening the Pharmaceutical and Health Sector, will feature a host of value-adding activities, from the opening ceremony to exhibitions, to breakout sessions, to town hall meetings, alumni reunions, meetings by various technical groups, the annual general meeting, and of course the elections, to the gala night and the closing banquet. This year's conference will be hybrid. We will be transmitting the fun and glamour and knowledge and excitement from the conference venue straight to you wherever you may be via Zoom and PharmaStream TV platforms on Facebook and YouTube. Please follow, like, and subscribe to PharmaStream TV on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. I, Taiwo Olaweyini, will be taking you through the journey of the conference, making sure that you miss nothing. Come November, all roads lead to the Garden City. See you there. This year, as men of honor from different parts of Nigeria, we will gather in Port Harcourt, the Garden City, for the mother of all conferences, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, from the 1st to the 6th of November 2021. This year's conference, with the theme, COVID-19 Lessons, Broadening and Strengthening the Pharmaceutical and Health Sector, will feature a host of value-adding activities, from the opening ceremony to exhibitions, to breakout sessions, to town hall meetings, alumni reunions, meetings by various technical groups, the annual general meeting, and of course the elections, to the gala night and the closing banquet. This year's conference will be hybrid. We will be transmitting the fun and glamour and knowledge and excitement from the conference venue straight to you wherever you may be via Zoom and PharmaStream TV platforms on Facebook and YouTube. Please follow, like, and subscribe to PharmaStream TV on our
of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I want to implore all delegates to the National Conference to please take your seats. We are about to commence as we welcome you all to the Garden City, the second day of November 2021. Good morning.
Facebook page and our YouTube channel. I, Taiwo Olaweyimi, will be taking you through the journey of a conference, making sure that you miss nothing. Come November, all roads lead to the Garden City. See you there. This year, as men of honor from different parts of Nigeria, we will gather in Harcourt, the Garden City, for the mother of all conferences, the 94th Annual National Conference
very good morning.
of the Pharmaceutical Society
Distinguished
of
guests,
Nigeria,
ladies and gentlemen,
PSN,
welcome to the
from
94th
1st
Annual
to the
National
6th
Conference
of November
of the Pharmaceutical Society of
2021.
Nigeria.
This
With the
year's
theme,
conference,
COVID-19 lessons, broadening and
COVID-19
strengthening
lessons,
pharmaceutical
broadening and strengthening
and health
the
sector.
pharmaceutical and health
Holding
sector.
at the
Will feature a
Alfred,
host of value-adding
Diete, Spiff,
activities
Civic Center,
from the
Moscow
opening
Road,
ceremony
Harcourt,
to
River State.
exhibitions to breakout
Today,
sessions
2nd
to town hall
November
meetings, alumni
2021.
reunions, meetings
You
by
are
various
all
technical
warmly
groups,
welcome.
the annual general meeting,
A
and
very,
of course,
very good
the
morning
elections,
to everyone in the
gala
hall
night
today.
and the closing banquet.
Thank you for
This
coming.
year's
Thank you for
conference will be
attending this
hybrid.
conference. Thank
We
you
will
for
be
being in Port
transmitting
Harcourt.
the fun and glamour.
Can you tweak? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. Elite. You are welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome to the city of Port Harcourt. You're welcome to the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. You are welcome. Good. Very good. Very, very good. Thank you, sir. Where are you taking it to? When you A very quick announcement, please. All those who have posters, scientific posters for presentation, you are expected to come right at the back of this podium to submit your posters. Those who have scientific posters for presentation, you are expected to submit them at the back of this podium. Thank you. Come again? We should start now. Ingo? What is IG saying? Can we click? If they say, let's start. Let's if they give us the let's start. Let's start now. IG needs to talk to us. Or bring them. At least we bring them. That will now. Okay, just start with company. A very good morning, distinguished pharmacists. Let me once again welcome everyone warmly to the city of Port Harcourt for the commencement of proceedings at this 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. We would like to, at this point, invite representatives of Mega Life Sciences Nigeria Limited to come forward to kickstart their presentation. Mega Life Sciences, if you are in this audience, please, you're supposed to come up now to start your presentation to this August conference. Do we have the representative of Mega Life Sciences in the house? Mega Life Sciences, you are supposed to come up now to start your presentation. For fellows, very soon we will request that you move outside for your procession into the hall. We'll be calling on the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria very, very shortly. Mega Life Sciences Nigeria Limited. Seems the traffic of Port Harcourt is exerting its influence on the arrival of delegates to this hall this morning. If we have Mega Life Sciences representatives, please.
This election go hard them. No, we not stop. Now you be this.
Yeah.
Every time before we dey see you, they waka like who know well. Now just you don't take and pay.
Before, malaria really knock me back. And then one day I go pharmacy.
I don't try 3 different malaria medicines. None work for me.
Have you tried Malat? Malat is the effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicine for over 75 years. Malat contains a combination active drug called dihydroartemisinin piperacin, which keeps working in the body for up to 6 weeks, stopping the malaria parasites from knocking you down. This is why Malat is a control button against malaria.
Now 3 tablets I take every day for 3 days.
Now so Malat give malaria for malaria. I go
Malat, your control button against malaria. Available in pharmacies near you.
There's something every mother has. It's something like a sixth sense. Like knowing exactly when her baby's in danger. It doesn't matter where she is or what she's doing. She carries her family in her heart always and knows when all is not well, even when it appears like she might be wrong. A mother's instincts are hardly ever wrong. And she trusts M&B Paracetamol, the red one, to save the day. With fast-acting and effective M&B Paracetamol tablet, the red one, and its pleasant-tasting pineapple-flavored syrup, she sends aches and pains far away from her family. Because mothers who know trust May and Baker for its over 70 years of quality experience. If symptoms persist after 2 days, consult your doctor. M&B Paracetamol. Pain can't stop you.
Are you having troubles falling asleep? Or you're having a difficult time staying asleep? Then what you need is the HP1294 formula. It contains zinc, hemoglobin, vitamin B12 and melatonin. The HP1294 formula is limited to while you sleep, helps you fall asleep and stay asleep, builds your blood cells, keeps you energized, and reduces stress and fatigue. The HP1294 formula is marketed and distributed by Advantage Pharmaceuticals Limited.
Are you into the pharmaceutical business and battling with challenges like bridging communications gap between multiple manufacturers, lack of a smart system to record customer details, or you are stuck with a traditional billing system? Do you desire to rectify messed up purchase and invoice details, or you currently face difficulties to track expired and damaged medicine? Welcome to ePharmacy Management System, the software solution to your most pressing pharmaceutical business needs. This software provides a pharmacy management system that helps you manage all pharmacy operations in a comprehensive way. Whether you have a single pharmacy or chain of stores, or even a major distributor of pharmaceutical supplies, this software helps you to automate and simplify daily tasks like drug stock management, customer management, billing, and so much more. Please call 0908-744-3938. Gyra. Technology with peace of mind.
Due to the current times we are in, we stare at the screen all day. From the moment we wake up until the time we go to sleep. On our bed, at work, at home, in the bus and on the road, we are currently facing our screens. This can lead to blurred vision, double vision, eye discomfort, eye itching, eye redness, eye tearing, headaches, neck and shoulder pain, which can over time cause damage to the eyes. With one tablet a day from Nature's Field Eye Cap, eye damage can be prevented. Nature's Field Eye Cap contains zeaxanthin, lutein, bilberry, eye bright, alpha-lipoic acid and glutathione along with other natural minerals that helps keep the eyes healthy. One tablet a day keeps the eye sharp and vision clear. Nature's Field Eye Cap is available online at www.naturesfieldng.com. Also in pharmacies nationwide. Our joints are involved in our daily activities, involves in movement, stability and body structure which can result in pain, stiffness and disability, a condition known as osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis contributed 20 to condition of disability which can limit or paralyze your daily activities. Do not add to the economic hardship. Improve your daily activities with Joint Renew Advanced. Joint Renew Advanced is available online and pharmacies nationwide.
We live in a world of urgency, a world breathing with difficulty. We are society choked by activities, A society busy today and tomorrow. An individual with poor hygiene, poor eating habits and lack of exercise. But there is a plan. It's time to activate ourselves. Let's activate our inner self to do more. Let's improve on our quality lifestyle. It's time to activate a healthy living. Young, adult, and elderly. And it's time to activate healthy human family. Nature's Field Healthy Formula, a combination of premium multivitamin, multimineral and antioxidant, comes in different packs. Healthy Men's Formula in addition to palmetto for prostate health. Healthy Men's Formula 50 Club in addition to astaxanthin and zeaxanthin for strength and immune system. Healthy Fizz with DHA for mental development. Healthy Women Formula with cranberry which improves urinary health. And Healthy Women Formula with fruits and vegetables for improved lifestyle. Nature's Field Healthy Formula, a combination of premium multivitamin, multimineral and antioxidant. Think healthy living, take healthy you.
election go attempt. No, now you be this. Yeah. Every time before we dey see you waka like you know well. Now you don't get okay.
Before malaria dey knack me backbones. And then one day I go pharmacy. I don't try 3 different malaria medicine. None work for me.
Have you tried Malalat? Malalat is the effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicines for over 75 years. Malalat contains a combination active drug called dihydroanisine pyridoxine, which keeps working in the body for up to 6 weeks, stopping the malaria parasite from knocking down. This is why Malalat is a control weapon against malaria.
Now 3 tablets I take every day for 3 days.
Now so Malalat is malaria
Malalat, you control bottle against malaria. Available in pharmacies near you.
There's something every mother has. It's something like a sixth sense, like knowing exactly when her baby's in danger.
Attention,
please. No matter
please.
where she is or what she's doing. She carries her family in her heart always and knows when all is not well, even when it appears like she might be wrong. A mother's instincts are hardly ever wrong. And she trusts M&B Paracetamol, the red one, to save the day. With fast-acting and effective M&B Paracetamol tablet, the red one, and its pleasant-tasting pineapple flavor syrup, she sends aches and pains far away from her family. Because mothers who know trust May and Baker for its over 70 years of quality experience. If symptoms persist after 2 days, consult your doctor. M&B Paracetamol. Pain can't stop you.
Are you having troubles falling asleep? Or you're having a difficult time staying asleep? Then what you need is the HP12 Night 4-in-1 formula. It contains zinc, hemoglobin, vitamin B12 and melatonin. The HP12 Night 4-in-1 formula boosts your immunity while you sleep, helps you fall asleep and stay asleep, builds your blood cells, keeps you energized, and reduces stress and fatigue. The HP12 Night 4-in-1 formula is marketed and distributed by Advantage Pharmaceuticals Limited.
Are you into the pharmaceutical business and battling with challenges like bridging communications gap between multiple manufacturers, lack of a smart system to record customer details, or you are stuck with a traditional billing system? Do you desire to rectify messed up purchase and invoice details, or you currently face difficulties to track expired and damaged medicine? Welcome to ePharmacy Management System, the software solution to your most pressing pharmaceutical business needs. This software provides a pharmacy management system that helps you manage all pharmacy operations in a comprehensive way. Whether you have a single pharmacy or chain of stores, or even a major distributor of pharmaceutical supplies, this software helps you to automate and simplify daily tasks like drug stock management, customer management, billing, and so much more. Please call 0908-744-3938. Gyra, technology with peace of mind.
Due to the current times we are in, we stare at the screen all day. From the moment we wake up until the time we go to sleep. On our bed, at work, at home, in the bus and on the road, we are currently facing our screens. This can lead to blurred vision, double vision, eye discomfort, eye itching, eye redness, eye tearing, headaches, neck and shoulder pain, which can over time cause damage to the eyes. With 1 tablet a day from Nature's Field Eye Cap, eye damage can be prevented. Nature's Field Eye Cap contains zeaxanthin, lutein, bilberry, eye bright, alpha-lipoic acid and glutathione along with other natural minerals that helps keep the eyes healthy. 1 tablet a day keeps the eye sharp and vision clear. Nature's Field Eye Cap is available online at www.naturesfieldng.com. Also in pharmacies nationwide. Our joint are involved in our daily activities, involves in movement, stability and body structure which can result in pain, stiffness and disability. A condition known as osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis contributed 20 to condition of disability which can limit or paralyze your daily activities. Do not add to the economic hardship. Improve your daily activities with Joint Renew Advanced. Joint Renew Advanced is available online and pharmacies nationwide.
About to commence. Let's settle down, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear pharmacists. You're welcome to the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Garden City 2021. And today we want to present from Mega Life Sciences our brand of solubilized ibuprofen, 200 mg and 400 mg, Ibunova. My name is pharmacist Marco Mobike from Mega Life Sciences. About us, Mega Life Sciences, we are a global organization headquartered in Thailand, from where we reach out to the world. We have over 32 countries being covered across the world, from Europe to the Americas to Southeast Asia, and of course, Nigeria. We have our Good Health by Yourself initiative, which is an initiative of Mega Life Sciences to empower and inspire our communities to take their health into their own hands. We do this by community outreach, education and awareness, and of course, health screenings in collaboration with dear pharmacists. For today's request, some pain you can get away from, but a headache lives right where you live. This is an unknown quote, and that's how I would love to open this presentation. Ibuprofen has been in use over 60 years. It is one of the most widely used analgesics, antipyretic, and anti-inflammatory medicines today for the relief of symptoms of acute pain, inflammation, and fever. Over-the-counter ibuprofen is probably the least toxic compared to aspirin and acetaminophen, being rarely associated with deaths or accidental or deliberate ingestion, or with serious side effects. Indeed, it has been described as the mildest NSAID with the fewest side effects. In dental pain, ibuprofen is indicated because of its analgesic and anti-inflammatory activities. The major cause of toothache pain is thought to be the release of inflammatory mediators that activate the sensory nociceptors surrounding the tooth. Compared to Selecloxib, the faster onset of action shown by ibuprofen in multiple studies reduced the need for remedication at 400 milligrams 6-hourly dosing, and it has been found to provide significantly longer relief than the maximum dose of Selecloxib. Compared to diclofenac in the management of dental pain, ibuprofen has also shown more effective management compared to 50 mg of diclofenac, and ibuprofen is also associated with less need for supplementary medication after operation. Compared to paracetamol, ibuprofen is rarely associated with liver toxicity. In headache, studies have shown that ibuprofen 200 and 400 mg are effective in managing headache and reducing the intensity, also reducing photophobia and phonophobia with 400 mg dosing of ibuprofen. Participants in a study that received ibuprofen compared to acetaminophen had better relief in management of headache. To manage sore throat, ibuprofen was more effective than acetaminophen, paracetamol on all rating scales, and there were no side effects. In dysmenorrhea, ibuprofen is used orally for the relief of primary dysmenorrhea, and it can also be used as a self-medication to relieve primary menstrual cramps. And it is also used at the earliest initiation of therapy at the onset of pain at the usual adult dosing of 400 mg every 4 hours. In fever, ibuprofen is used orally or IV to reduce fever. It's also used orally as a self-medication to manage fever, and is more efficacious than acetaminophen, paracetamol in treatment and management of pain and fever in both adults and children. In post-vaccination, the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines frequently may cause side effects such as fever, headache, and generalized fatigue. In a study conducted in China, NSAIDs effectively suppressed the delayed rectifier potassium channels currents in the T lymphocytes and thus exerted immunosuppressive effects. Hence, the use of NSAIDs should be more effective in reducing the vaccine-induced systemic side effects that are caused primarily by enhanced cellular immunity. So, dear pharmacists, ladies and gentlemen, are all ibuprofen preparations the same? The answer is no, because formulation matters. The real fact is that ibuprofen as a solid dosage form will not readily dissolve in water or intestinal fluid. This impacts the absorption and results in poor bioavailability and a less effective medication. So we are proud, Mega Life Sciences, to introduce once again to this honorable gathering, Ibunova, solubilized ibuprofen, 200 mg and 400 mg, that is indicated for your wellness. Ibunova contains solubilized ibuprofen. It has a peak plasma concentration of about 15 to 30 minutes, rapid onset of action, and primarily excreted through urine. So why Ibunova? We have established the efficacy and safety of ibuprofen, but why Ibunova? This is because the clear cap technology, the new solubilized form, offers dramatic improvements in bioavailability. The ClearCap technology provides an enhanced drug delivery system that makes sure that ibuprofen can be delivered in an easily absorbable form. There is more rapid absorption of ibuprofen in Ibunova compared to ibuprofen tablets, and because of the solubilization, it has a lower incidence of GI adverse reactions. The ClearCap technology provides solubilized ibuprofen in a liquid form that can be delivered in a more easily absorbable form, eliminating the need for pre-absorptive dissolution in the GIT, immediately providing ibuprofen for rapid action. It also offers a clear, transparent, and attractive finished product that offers better compliance. In Ibunova, the ibuprofen reaches the blood levels much faster and gets to work much more faster, providing great speed for smart relief and a more consistent absorption rate. The difference between Ibunova and other tablets of ibuprofen is in the solubilization and the availability of a liquid in a clear capsule. The liquid capsules, once swallowed, will go to the GI, is already in solution, and the drug reaches the absorption site much faster. Capsule breaks once it comes into contact with the stomach, releasing solubilized ibuprofen much faster. As I said, the ClearCap technology is a technology from Mega Life Sciences to provide ibuprofen in a solubilized form directly to the site of absorption. It eliminates the need for pre-absorptive dissolution, provides dramatic improvement in bioavailability, delivers the product much faster, and has a low incidence of GI, renal, and cardiovascular events. Effective dosing of ibuprofen, Ibunova, of course, for adults over the age of 12, 1 capsule taken every 6 hours, and some contraindications should be noted in patients that are hypersensitive to aspirin and other NSAIDs. Ibunova should not be taken with alcoholic drinks. When in pain, every minute counts. So, dear pharmacists, I urge you to recommend the faster pain relief, Ibunova 200 and 400 mg with ClearCap technology from Mega Life Sciences to manage menstrual pain, back pain, dental pain, headaches, surgical pain, joint pain, knee pains, and fever of various etiologies. Thank you so much for listening, and we hope that you also recommend Ibunova to your patients. Thank you. Before I hand over the mic to my colleague, I would love to use this opportunity to present the Mega We Care Challenge for pharmacists. At Mega we care for your wellness, we care for your health, not just more pills, but the right ones. And as pharmacists, we want to know, how can you help your patients to stay healthy as long as they live, beyond pills? This challenge is open to all pharmacists. Please comment and tell us your thoughts. How can you help your patients to stay healthy as long as they live? Visit our Facebook page at Mega Life Sciences on Facebook, Nigeria Limited, and share your thoughts on how you can help your patients stay healthy as long as they live, beyond the pill, and stand a chance to win over 100,000 naira for the comment that has the most engagement, likes, and shares on Facebook. Once again, thank you so much for listening, and we do appreciate your audience. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Mega Life Sciences. Let's clap for them now. They paid PSN money for this. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates to the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, holding at the Alfred Diete Spiff Center, the Civic Center in Port Harcourt. You are most welcome. And it is my pleasure this morning to introduce to us the team that will anchor this opening ceremony for this morning. At my right, I have pharmacist Mrs. Ejoma, who is the vice chair or vice president, forgive me, of mental health services here in Port Harcourt. She'll be with us on the stage this morning. And of course, to my left, immediate left, is a delectable and special friend of mine, Dr. Monica Emujeze, Director, Regulatory and Registration, NAFDAC. Please, can we put our hands together for these beautiful ladies? And I remain pharmacist at Adebayo Temenu. I run Solomon's Porch, Nigeria. So I will hand over the mic to Monica to welcome our special guest as we begin to kickstart this opening ceremony.
Your Excellency, the chairman of this occasion, Mr. Odein Ajumogobia, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're very welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for our chairman, who has been seated. You can do better than that. Sir, you're very welcome. The President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa, the keynote address speaker, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Elijah Mohammed, all past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the Chair of the Board of Fellows, Professor Mbang Femi Oyewa, the Director General of NIPRID, Dr. Obi Adigwe, all fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, all fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy, all fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy, all members of NEC, the President, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, the President of the NAPSA, Dr. Teresa Pounds, the President of the African Pharmaceutical Forum, all Royal Fathers here present, all delegates to the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, gentlemen of the press, good morning. I would like to crave your indulgence, please, delegates, to kindly take your seats. The program has started and we'll be making up for lost time in quick succession. I would crave our indulgence to kindly take our seats as we move this program forward. May I also very specially recognize all past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and to do that very, very properly, I would like to call on my colleague, Mr. Bayo Temenu, to recognize all past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria who are here present. A round of applause for all our presidents. We have a vast array of presidents with us here today, and Bayo will kindly do the honors in that regard.
Thank you, Monica. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me warmly welcome everyone to this 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And this is an hybrid conference. We are going bimodal. We are online as well as on site. So everyone that is beaming, those who are looking at us or those who are viewing us from all parts of the living world, we extend a warm felicitation and we welcome you as well to the commencement of this opening ceremony. It is my pleasure and greatest privilege to welcome into this august conference past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria who are here with us. And in no particular order, let me begin with pharmacist Dr. UNO Uwaga. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Yes, he's here with us. You're most welcome, sir. Also with us this morning is a very distinguished pharmacist. He was the president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria from year 2000. Sorry, my glasses I must have left behind down. Okay. From year 2000 to 2003. Pharmacist Alaji Yaro Buddha, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome him. Also in the audience with us this morning, he was president of PSN from 2009 to 2012. Our dear and distinguished pharmacist Azubike Okwa, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, fellow of the Federation of International Pharmacists. You are welcome, sir. Also with us this morning is a man that really needs no introduction. He was president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria from 2012 to 2015. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome pharmacist Olumide Akintayo, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Also seated this morning in this hall is the immediate past president, and that title will soon cross over to another. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome pharmacist Ahmed Yekasai, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, who is also here with us at this conference. Distinguished delegates, at this point, may I respectfully, I am very sorry. Please forgive me. From 2006 to 2009, I'm sure it was the mask, sir. So sorry, forgive me. Pharmacist Sir Anthony Aime was president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome him. So sorry, sir. Also with us this morning is pharmacist Sam Etatuve, Director General, Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA. Let's put our hands together for him. You're most welcome, sir.
To add royal blessings to this august occasion, join me to welcome His Majesty King Dr. Dandison Douglas Jaja, JP Jackie V, the Treaty King, Amayambo and natural ruler of Opobo Kingdom, Chairman, River State Council of Traditional Rulers, Your Majesty, a round of applause to recognize and appreciate His Majesty for taking time to join us. You're most welcome.
Technical, please, can you run your advertisements at this point? Please, may I announce that the procession of the fellows will take
This
place
election
right
go happen.
immediately
No,
after this
you
round of advertisement.
Every time before we dey see you, they waka like who know well.
Before malaria dey knock me backbones. And then one day I go for pharmacy. I don't try 3 different malaria medicine. None work for me.
Have you tried Malat? Malat is effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicine for over 75 years. Malat contains a combination active drug called dihydroartemisinin pyriproxine, which keeps water in the body for up to 6 weeks, stopping the malaria parasite from knocking down. This is why Malat is a control button against malaria.
Now 3 tablets I take every day for 3 days.
Malact, your control bottle against malaria. Available in pharmacies near you.
There's something every mother has. It's something like a sixth sense. Like knowing exactly when her baby's in danger. It doesn't matter where she is or what she's doing. She carries her family in her heart always and knows when all is not well, even when it appears like she might be wrong. A mother's instincts are hardly ever wrong. And she trusts M&B Paracetamol, the red one, to save the day. With fast-acting and effective M&B Paracetamol tablet, the red one, and its pleasant-tasting pineapple flavor syrup, she sends aches and pains far away from her family. Because mothers who know trust May and Baker for its over 70 years of quality experience. If symptoms persist after 2 days, consult your doctor. M&B Paracetamol. Pain can't stop you.
Are you having troubles falling asleep? Or you're having a difficult time staying asleep? Then what you need is the H1294 formula. It contains zinc, hemoglobin, vitamin B12, and melatonin. The H1294 formula boosts your ability while you sleep, helps you fall asleep and stay asleep, builds your blood cells, keeps you energized, and reduces stress and fatigue. The H1294 formula is marketed and distributed by Advantage Pharmaceutical Limited.
Are you into the pharmaceutical business and battling with challenges like bridging communications gap between multiple manufacturers, lack of a smart system to record customer details, or you are stuck with a traditional billing system? Do you desire to rectify messed up purchase and invoice details, or you currently face difficulties to track expired and damaged medicine? Welcome to ePharmacy Management System, the software solution to your most pressing pharmaceutical business needs. This software provides a pharmacy management system that helps you manage all pharmacy operations in a comprehensive way. Whether you have a single pharmacy or chain of stores, or even a major distributor of pharmaceutical supplies, this software helps you to automate and simplify daily tasks like drug stock management, customer management, billing, and so much more. Please call 0908-744-3938. Gyra. Technology with peace of mind.
Due to the current times we are in, we stare at the screen all day. From the moment we wake up until the time we go to sleep. On our bed, at work, at home, in the bus and on the road, we are currently facing our screens.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Blurred vision,
the procession of fellows
eye discomfort,
will take this order. Those fellows at the back will go to the back first,
which can
followed upright to the front,
with one tablet a
and
day
past
from
president will be the last one to follow. To go to the back.
Nature's Field ICAP
And the Board of Fellows Chair, Professor Mrs. Femi Oyewo, will be right behind our president, Mazi Samuabwa, in their committee. That is the order of procession. Fellows who are at the back, you file out first, and then
also in
to be followed by past presidents, and then the Chairman Board of Fellows, as well as the President Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. That is the order.
Known as osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis contributed 20 to condition of disability which can limit or paralyze your daily activities. Do not add to the economic hardship. Improve your daily activities with Joint Renew Advanced. Joint Renew Advanced is available online and pharmacies nationwide.
We live in a world of urgency. A world breathing with difficulty. We are a society choked by activities. A society busy today and tomorrow. An individual with poor hygiene, poor eating habits and lack of exercise. But there is a plan. It's time to activate ourselves. Let's activate our inner self to do more. Let's improve on our quality lifestyle. It's time to activate a healthy living. Young, adult, and elderly. And it's time to activate healthy you and family. Nature's Field Healthy You formula, a combination of premium multivitamin, multimineral and antioxidant, comes in different packs. Healthy You Men's Formula in addition saw palmetto for prostate health. Healthy You Men's Formula 50 Club in addition astaxanthin and zeaxanthin for strength and immune system. Healthy You Kids with DHA for mental development. Healthy You Women Formula with cranberry which improves urinary health. And Healthy You Women Formula with fruits and vegetables for improved lifestyle. Nature's Field Healthy You formula, a combination of premium multivitamin, multimineral and antioxidant. Think healthy living, take healthy you.
Before malaria dey knock me back.
But if I had known the life I was searching for was looking me right in
Distinguished pharmacists, please, once the fellows begins to file in, we will request that all pharmacists in this hall be upstanding as a sign of respect to the elders of this society. Once the fellows begins to file in, being led by the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, let all pharmacists in this hall be upstanding. Thank you. This procession is being led by none other than the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabua, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, fellow Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. Fellows, we are ready for you. Please, can we all be upstanding in this hall to receive officially into the auditorium for the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. The President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabua, being followed by the Chair of the Board of Fellows, Professor Femi Oyewo, and right immediately behind her are the past presidents of the PSN. You are most welcome. We welcome the elders of pharmacy into this August conference. We welcome the elite class of Nigerian pharmacists into this 94th Annual National Conference of the PSN. And if you are in this hall, you are not a fellow yet, your time will come. If you believe it, your time will come. Give honor to whom honor is due, so that you also can be honored. They have gathered here in the city of Port Harcourt from every nook and cranny of Nigeria for this 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And Port Harcourt will never be the same again after this time out. I can guarantee you that. You are most welcome. They are still coming in. They are still coming in. Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. It's a long procession, but we are ready to wait.
As we welcome in the distinguished fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, ably led by the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabua, and all past presidents of the PSN, let us prepare for our opening, which will be the national anthem. As a word of prayer, we will be taking the second stanza of the national anthem, which is on page 20. We will await all fellows to get to their seats, and then we will take the second stanza of the national anthem, which is our national prayer, so that we can formally commence this August gathering in the presence of the Almighty God. Whilst that is ongoing, let me specially recognize His Excellency, the chairman of this occasion, former Minister, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Honorable Ajumogobia, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who has been here and has graced this occasion. The procession is ongoing. quite a few fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria have deemed it fit to be physically present in Port Harcourt, the Garden City, and we appreciate and welcome them all. I can see the procession is very, very slowly coming to an end. And as soon as the last fellow takes his seat, or her seat as might be the case, we are men of honor, so we are all men. Thank you very much. Let us remain upstanding for the second stanza of the national anthem, which is on page 20. The national anthem, please. Kindly take your seats, please. Don't worry, don't worry. Your Excellency, the chairman of this occasion, Mr. Odein Ajibogobia, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa, the keynote address speaker, Professor Moji Christiana Adeyeye, the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Elijah Mohammed, the Director General of NIPRID, Dr. Obi Adigwe, the Director General of NMDA, Pharmacist Sam Etatuvier, all past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the Chair of the Board of Fellows, Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, all fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, all fellows of the Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, all fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy, all NEC members, the President of Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, the President of NAPSA, Dr. Teresa Pounds, the President of the Africa Pharmaceutical Forum, our Royal Father, His Majesty, King Dr. Dandison Douglas Jaja, J.P. Jackie V, the Treaty King of Amayong, the natural ruler of the Opobo Kingdom, and the chairman of the River State Council of Traditional Rulers, all delegates to the National Conference, gentlemen of the press, good morning. It is our distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, holding in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. I would like to crave the indulgence of any of our delegates who are not seated. There are still seats in the hall, and we do have capacity for the overflow. Welcome you all as we formally commence this occasion this morning. I will go ahead to call on Mega Life Sciences to continue the proceedings of this morning with their company's presentation. A round of applause to encourage Mega Life Sciences. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished pharmacists. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Solomon Idowu from Mega Life Sciences, and this morning we're making a short presentation before my colleague also comes up for the other aspect of the presentation. At Mega, we care, and of course for women wellness, and we are the passionate guardian. And among many other things in our portfolio is the cardiovascular care of Mega Life Sciences, which covers read law, the clopidogrel, in the management of recent myocardial infarction and of course stroke. We also have in our portfolio of cardiovascular care Civic, the temistatan, the 40 milligram and 80 milligram in the management of hypertension, the good morning antihypertensive. In the primary prevention of cardiovascular care, we have our Oryx, that's rosuvastatin, 10 and 20 milligram respectively. We also have our cholesterol, the micronized modified release fenofibrate in the management of hypertriglyceridemia. We also have our Meditrol, the superior vitamin D supplement in the management of osteoporosis and osteodystrophy in chronic renal failure patients. Lastly is our omega-3 fatty acid, the double-strength high-purity fish oil for cardioprotective action. Distinguished pharmacist, why Max omega-3? From the British medical journals, there are a lot of vitamins and trace elements have been documented to have a key role in supporting the human immune system and also to improve the health of individuals. Bearing in mind that during COVID-19, the cardiovascular disease is the high risk of inclusion criteria for the high-risk patients in this era. So it will be very prudent for individuals to consume a sufficient amount of essential nutrients to boost our immune system. From journals, British medical journals, there are specific nutrients in review, looking at the evidence from the acute renal distress syndrome, or that other setting that cytokine storm, which often happen during COVID-19, can actually be controlled by omega-3 fatty acid containing EPA and DHA respectively, through the mechanism of action, which are known to resolve the ongoing inflammatory process. Of course, the resolvins, they play a major role as the product of APA metabolic cycle, and evidence also have also shown the benefit of this in this study. For omega-3 fatty acid, basically they are of three types. From the knowledge of biochemistry, we have the alpha-linoleic acid, which are gotten from the plant food, and of course the other two, the eicosapentaenoic acid, the docosahexaenoic acid, both are gotten from fish and seafood. They have a lot of benefits among many others, to support the heart and the cardiovascular health, maintain healthy heart function, and of course to improve and reduce joint inflammation and arthritis. The mechanism of action of omega-3 fatty acid basically is to enable reduction of triglyceride, improve endothelial function in the blood vessels, and of course the platelet aggregation reduction. And these are the major properties that provide that cardiovascular protection of omega-3 fatty acid. Several clinical evidences have also been established, clinical trials, reviews, and other meta-analysis to show the accumulated evidence that indicates that omega-3 fatty acid, when administered either as food or supplement for at least 6 months, then you ensure to have a reduction in cardiovascular events, cardiac death, and of course coronary events. Other studies also show the benefit of omega-3 fatty acid in the treatment of severe hypertriglyceridemia. Other articles from the Mayo Clinic, a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials and prospective cross studies of EPA and DHA on coronary heart disease risk, also indicate that EPA-DHA combination of omega-3 fatty acid associated with a very reducing effect of coronary heart disease among high-risk population. Distinguished pharmacists, permit me to introduce to all this morning from the table of Mega Life Sciences. Based on recommendation from WHO, American Heart Association, and US FDA on the role of omega-3 fatty acid for cardiovascular disease prevention, reduction, protection against coronary heart disease, and of course stroke, and as a triglyceride lowering agent. We introduced this morning mass omega-3 fatty acid, your daily dietary supplement to boost immunity and to protect and promote defense against the COVID-19. More than your standard fish oil, which contains omega-3 fatty acid 600 milligram, including EPA 300 milligram and DHA 200 milligram respectively. More than your standard fish oil, that's omega-3 fatty acid, the mass omega-3. What makes mass omega-3 a good fish oil of choice that we should consider at this crucial time? Number one is the high content of omega-3 fatty acid that is available in mass omega-3. Also the extremely low level of environmental contaminants and the very little oxidation that often comes with omega-3 fatty acid, which gives your heart the required healthy fat that is required compared to other conventional fish oil that has saturated fats. What are the benefits of omega-3 fatty acid? Among others, it's highly concentrated, and as so it gives as much of omega-3 as is required compared to other fish oil. The purity also extremely low level of contaminant due to the patented purification process that is put into the production of the brand. Also the freshness, because from other fish oil, most of the time you experience this fishy and bumpy smell. But with mass omega-3, there is a less of fishy smell and burp that you have. So I present to you all this morning mass omega-3, which gives your heart the protection it deserves to lower your blood pressure, decreases triglyceride level, and of course reduces the risk of heart attack and stroke. Distinguished pharmacists, this morning as men of honor, we look forward to your support at our various practice, of course for our personal consumption as well. The use of omega-3 fatty acid, mass omega-3, our brand of clopidogrel, that's Riddler, to all the hospital pharmacists and community pharmacists here, to say thank you for your support on that. Rosuvastatin, the statin of choice, Oris, 10 and 20 milligram. As I round up this morning, just to buttress what my colleague said before the first presentation, we are bringing up a challenge that we call Mega We Care Challenge to all pharmacists. At Mega We Care, and we care for your wellness, we care for your health, not just more pills, but the right ones. So as pharmacists, how can we help our patients to stay healthy as long as they live beyond pills? So we put this challenge to all pharmacists in the house to go to Mega Life Sciences page and put your comments on how you can help your patient to stay healthy as long as they live beyond pills. So the pharmacies with the highest number of shares, highest number of likes, stands to benefit the sum of 100,000 naira to support the cost of your care to the patient. So it's available on our page from now to the end of this month, 30th of November. So every pharmacist is encouraged to do that. And on that note, I say thank you, and as I bring up my colleague to also make his presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me one more shot. I'm standing on the existing protocols. My name is still pharmacist Marco Mobike. Just to recap on the presentation on our brand of solubilized ibuprofen, Ibunova, 200 mg and 400 mg, available right now in pharmacies across Nigeria. I just want to state a few points that I mentioned earlier that will still be very interesting to those of us here present. Number one is that Ibunova in dental pain has a higher efficacy and higher safety than Select-Loxib, diclofenac, and paracetamol when managing dental pain, because the origin of dental pain is mostly inflammatory effects of the sensory nerve receptors that are surrounding the tooth. And also, I want to mention that in managing headache of various etiologies, including tension headache and migrainous headache, and also photophobia and phonophobia that may be associated with headache, Ibunova or ibuprofen is safer and more efficacious than paracetamol, according to multiple studies that we have outlined. In management of sore throat, tonsillopharyngitis, we know studies have shown that ibuprofen 400 mg is more effective than paracetamol acetaminophen in managing sore throat. And also in dysmenorrhea for the ladies in the house, ibuprofen has been used orally to manage and to relieve menstrual pain. It is very safe, very effective, and even more efficacious than paracetamol in managing this particular pain associated with the menstrual cramps. In fever, ibuprofen is used as an over-the-counter medication to manage fever and also to improve quality of life. Post-vaccination, this is one of the points I wanted to really highlight. Post-vaccination, when taking the COVID-19 shot, some studies have observed that patients may come down with fever, headache, and generalized fatigue. However, ibuprofen has been shown to effectively suppress this fever and headache, and also ensuring significantly shorter recovery time for patients that are taking NSAIDs, ibuprofen in particular, compared to those that took paracetamol after getting their COVID-19 shots. But all ibuprofen preparations are not the same. Tablet ibuprofen, the formulation matters, because that's why we are introducing Ibunova. Ibunova contains solubilized ibuprofen, 200 mg and 400 mg, liquid in a clear capsule that ensures that ibuprofen will be readily absorbed by the GIT, improve the dissolution rate, improve the bioavailability, and also improve the efficacy of ibuprofen. So when your patient is in pain, the patient is in pain, every single minute counts. So you do not have the time to tell the patient to wait or to take some other medication. Immediately recommend Ibunova, 200 mg and 400 mg for a faster relief of pain. And this is because Ibunova contains the clear cap technology, with solubilized ibuprofen ensures faster dissolution rate, rapid absorption, and also better bioavailability. Onset of action is within 5 to 10 minutes, and Ibunova is very well tolerated in the GI. Effective dose is still 1 capsule every 6 hours. Side effects also include a minor irritation of the GI, and also a precaution: patients that are taking ibuprofen should not take it with alcoholic drinks. Thank you once again. Kindly remember that when in pain, every minute counts. So in menstrual pain, back pain, dental pain, and fever of various etiologies, kindly recommend and prescribe Ibunova, solubilized ibuprofen, 200 mg and 400 mg from Mega Life Sciences. Thank you.
1 minute.
Just to round up, thank you so much, Ma, for the minute. 1 minute, and with this minute, I want to introduce once again and buttress my colleagues, what my colleague talked about. The Mega We Care Challenge is live on Facebook. This challenge is for pharmacists. We want to know, how can you help your patients to stay healthy as long as they live, beyond just pills, beyond the dispensing of pills? How can we as pharmacists help our patients to stay healthy as long as they live? Just tell us your comment on Facebook, and the comment with the highest number of shares, likes, and engagement is eligible for 100,000 Naira grant from Mega Life Sciences. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mega Life Sciences. The chairman of today's occasion, Mr. Odein Ajmogobia, the president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Past presidents, I beg to stand on the existing protocols and let us know the venue where we're in, because something could happen suddenly and nobody knows how to handle it. I'm sure we know that kind of thing that may happen. Conveniences to this main hall where we are is just behind us. By my left, this way, you find conveniences to this main hall. The syndicate hall is the first floor by my left also, and the exhibition hall, which we're going to find out, the exhibition center, world-class exhibition center, is just about 5 minutes walk from this place. It is popularly known as the Sharks Stadium. I'm sure most of us may have been there to watch matches, but today is being colored and beautifully decorated to showcase what actually pharmacy in Nigeria is transforming into. At this point in time, I would call on Joff Pharmaceuticals to come and continue with the protocols of our opening with their company presentation. Joff Pharmaceuticals, if you're here, please step up. Your time starts now. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, distinguished fellows of the society, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Juwon Telaja. I'm a pharmacist and business development consultant to Joff Pharmaceuticals Limited on topic cream range of dermocosmetics. Joff Pharmaceuticals Limited is the market authorization holder and exclusive distributor for the topic cream range of dermocosmetics in the Nigerian market. And these products have been around for a few years here in Nigeria, but over the world it has been available for several years. Topic cream is owned by merely Splendor Group of companies, which is a company that has been in existence for over 100 years. And you'll all agree with me that any company that has been in existence for about 100 years obviously has that reputation and a philosophy for doing what is right. So the headquarters is there in France. It's family-owned and independent, and it started as a love story. The president of the company wanted to solve a problem because the child was having some rashes, and that was the whole idea of finding a solution. He was just looking for a solution to his baby's problem, and that led to a whole new cascade of products that is very, very good for the skin. So we've been able to focus on the skin essentials and all that, but because of time, the products have been graded into about 8 categories. 8 categories.
Yes, thank you. Just bring to the last slide. I would just like to focus here so that we'll be able to appreciate the versatility of the topic cream range. For Ultra, we have topic cream Ultra Moisturizing Body Milk, which is the flagship and currently the #1 selling body milk in pharmacies in France. And by the special grace of God, we believe that this would also be the #1 body selling milk in Nigeria. It contains beeswax and glycerin working synergistically, and it gives 24 hours remnant hydration. So when you apply topic cream, you are rest assured that it's going to help in giving you hydration for a whole 24 hours, which is very, very good as we are coming into the dry season. And it's also very, very, very safe and effective, 0% parabens, and you can use it both for children, babies, and the elderly. There is the topic cream DA, which is focused on atopic skin. It contains allantoin flax oil, which is also rich in omega-6, and the oil contains bisabolol. So all this helps in strengthening the skin barrier and improving atopic skin conditions. So a lot of our dermatologists love this because it also reduces scratching significantly and promotes good sleep quality. The topic cream UR is very good for severe cirrhosis. Those that have scaly-like skin or crocodile-like skin. It contains 10% urea, has excellent keratolytic activity, and within about a week, there is a reduction in visual discrimination score about 70%. And when you take it for about 21 days, there will be about 87% reduction in visual discrimination score. So it's very, very good for scaly skin, and it will make you look very, very good. For Sika, it's focused on damaged skin. It also contains bisabolol, low molecular weight hyaluronic acids, and some other components that help in taking care of skin that is damaged, either through superficial skin injury, cryotherapy, and the other likes. Topic cream AC for acne. It's a whole cocktail which has mattifier, and it's focused on eliminating excess sebum for those with acne and pimples, and also makeup artists will find it very, very, very good because makeup, it also helps in cleaning makeup. Now, one of the major cash cows for this company is Topic Cream Mela, which is focused on hyperpigmentation. It contains 2 major ingredients, octodesinidaric acid, which is synthesized from sunflower seed oil. And this agent was received the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 2005. So that's octodesinidaric acid. It helps in preventing the conversion of activated tyrosinase to melanin and also preventing melanin synthesis. It also contains acetylglucosamine that helps in elimination of corneocytes. So this helps in reducing the darkness of skin patches, and it has a whole wide ranges too that will help you either during the day or during the night. For Topic Cream SPF 50+, it's a blend of organic sun filters, which also has glycerin that will make the skin soft and supple, but helps in preventing the harsh ultraviolet rays of the sun. So it's not only fair-looking people. Everybody in this part of the world now needs sun protection. You and I know, at least from what we've seen in recent times, that we all need sun protection. Let's have it there in our bags and keep ourselves safe. Last and not the least, there is Topic Cream PVDS, which contains pyroxolamine, a very, very good antifungal that helps in seborrheic dermatitis and dandruff scarf and flaky skin. So you can see that there's a whole range of products because we know that people are heterogenic in nature and people have different skin conditions and skin care types. no matter how good a product is, if it is not affordable, here in Nigeria, it's not a good product. We've also looked at having it in different sizes, at least from 75 mils up to 500 mils and the likes, so that people can get to try it out and see that it is very, very good. The most expensive product is the one that does not work. If you can get value for it, then the amount will not scare you. So at least from 2,000 naira up to about 15,000 naira, I'm sure you will get good value for this. And I always say jocularly, especially to our females, we all want to look beautiful, we all want to look good. I can see a lot of my mommies here, even at 60 plus, still looking 16. So topic cream is also going to enhance that, so that Oga would ensure that the focus is sharp. So you are welcome to our stand. There's a stand for topic cream, and the whole range is there. If you have any questions, if you have comments that you also like to make, and looking at how to get distributorships all over Nigeria, all those questions will be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening, and have a good morning.
Thank you very much. Please, we can do better. Let's encourage them. They are very vital to our conferences because they help us function better. The chairman of today's occasion, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I will still remain on the protocol that has been established to bring the chairman of PSN, Rivers State, my friend, whom our political career met all the way from the University of Nigeria when he was the Secretary General of PANS, and from there to Rivers State, where he has been the PRO, becoming the secretary, and today the weight of rivers of possibilities, that's PSN Rivers State, is on his shoulder. He is the man who has enabled the LOC function to put up this beautiful conference we're all relishing. Ladies and gentlemen, may we put our hands together as we welcome my friend and brother pharmacist, Chima Anelos Obu, to come and say, welcome to pharmacist Chima.
Thank you, my good sister of 2 decades and more standing. The chairman of today's event, our very respected Ojieno Jegomudia, son, former Attorney General, Rivers State, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our own Mazi Sam Ohabonwa, distinguished past president of the society, my very respected and distinguished fellows of the society, esteemed colleague, ladies and gentlemen, and my own gentlemen of the 4th estate of the Rim. I welcome you today on behalf of the leadership of PSN Rivers State, the Board of Fellows, the LOC, and indeed, the great Rivers pharmacists. I joyfully welcome all delegates, exhibitors, tourists, and gentlemen of the press to the iconic city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. As we commence proceedings for the 94th Annual National Conference of the Great Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, arguably the oldest professional group in the country. This conference, tagged Garden City 2021, has generated an unprecedented interest among pharmacists in Nigeria and across the globe. I can see my good sister from NAPSA, Dr. Pans is here with his team all the way from the United States of America. You are welcome, Dr. Pans. The PSN National Conference remains the flagship event of one of the oldest professional bodies in Nigeria. Today, it is the biggest pharma conference in West African sub-region, attracting thousands of pharmacists, pharmaceutical scientists, investors, local and multinational pharmaceutical manufacturers, exhibitors, political leaders, and tourists. Rivers State is blessed to host this great event for the second time in 27 years, after the state played host to the 67th edition in 1994. It will be interesting to note that Rivers State was created on May 27, 1967, from the old eastern region of Nigeria, and was nicknamed thereafter as the treasure base of the nation, for reasons best known to all of us. This is the heart, the center, the nexus of the oil industry, the gas industry in Nigeria. There are about 27 tribes in Rivers State, spread across the 23 local government areas, with 23 indigenous languages. Garden City 2021 has been planned to positively redefine our national conference with extensive innovations and enriched content. Today, Port Harcourt City is witnessing an unprecedented transformation through the hard work and tenacity of our visionary governor, Mr. Project himself, Chief Barrister Nyesom Ezewonwike, CON, GSSR, POS Africa. During the week-long conference, you will meet and network with colleagues, friends, and associates, and key stakeholders in the Nigerian pharma space. Please, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to explore the diverse investment opportunities in the treasure base of the nation. Take out time to experience the legendary culinary blaze of the Rivers kitchens, and let your taste buds testify to the great hospitality of the Rivers people. Don't miss out the Bole Night. The Bole Night has been specially packaged in a way that you have never had it before. Sorry for we are moving it from Gala Night to Bole Night, but it's going to be a day of great memories and a night to remember. Savor the historical sites and sounds of Rivers State and be part of the great excursion to Siat Palm Oil Estate for a once-in-a-lifetime experience in agricultural revolution. The Siat Palm Estate is one of the biggest palm produce establishments in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it will be good you join the excursion team. Enjoy and appreciate our rich cultural heritage, and please make business and social contacts for a lasting relationship with the great Rivers people. Of course, we will be glad to have you back in a few weeks and in the days to come. Perhaps I should remind all of us that this conference, being an election one, we should as much as possible try to play the political games according to the rules. If the purpose of contesting for an elective position is to serve the people, then there will be no need to destroy one another just to be elected. A word to the wise is always enough. Esteemed colleague, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of PSN Rivers State branch and the great Rivers pharmacists and the good people of Rivers State, I welcome you to the mother of all conferences, Garden City 2021. I urge you to sit down, relax, learn, network, make friends, and enjoy an unforgettable experience in the iconic city of Port Harcourt. Onabialao, Aloae, thank you very much.
We can do better. My principal, pharmacist Mazi Samuel Huabunwa, will always say, don't threaten to clap, just clap. We can do better. You are in Rivers State, rivers of possibilities. I will at this juncture bring up a gentleman who in our natural parlance will say, think outside the box. This gentleman doesn't need the box at all. In the way he does things, very restless. My principal, again, I quote him a lot because we do a lot of things together. And he has, in fact, in trying to find a word to describe him, he said he calls him mercurial IG. So at this point in time, I would wish to bring up restless, ebullient, indefatigable, CPC chairman, pharmacist, Ignatius Anuku. Please come up and welcome the guests and pharmacists.
Thank you very much. The chairman of today's occasion, His Excellency, Mr. Odeyin Ajumagobia, SAN, the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, FPSN, distinguished past President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, keynote address speaker, Chairman Board of Fellows, distinguished special guests here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it gives me great joy to address this distinguished audience of pharmacists at this 94th Annual National Conference of PSN. I welcome you all to Garden City. And I thank in a most special way our President, Sam Ohuabunwa, who has given this task to 20 good men, I call them. You will find them on page 150 of this brochure, the Conference Planning Committee members. I thank you exceedingly, and it's quite gratifying that you have reposed this confidence on us to host this conference. Thank you very much. Our first hurdle was to get a venue for this conference. Although we got Obiwali International Conference Center for a start, it eventually turned out to be reconstructed, and we were asked to come to this venue. So it was a bit difficult for us, but we are most grateful to the Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency, Chief Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON, GSS, POS Africa, for granting us this venue free of cost. We are indeed very grateful to him. A round of applause for our Governor. We also wish to thank the distinguished gentleman and accomplished technocrat, Mr. Odeyin Ajumagobia, SON, for graciously accepting to chair today's event. Sir, your legacies as a Minister of Foreign Affairs still stand you tall. As a fine gentleman, we are grateful, sir. Thank you very much for coming. We have a wonderful personality for our keynote address for this conference, Professor Moji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC. In fact, the DG has received not a few criticisms for her principled stance on getting things done. And it turned out that her role in Nigeria in this era of COVID and in Africa has actually qualified her as the best person to lead this keynote address, which is COVID-19 lessons, broadening and strengthening the Nigerian pharmaceutical and health sector. We're indeed very grateful to Professor Adeyeye, who unfortunately had to travel out of the country 2 days ago. And so we'll be listening to her virtually, but live. And I hope the internet won't disappoint us. So we're very grateful to her. We're also very grateful to all distinguished speakers and experts who will be taking the different topics of this conference. We thank you very much for accepting, and we are grateful you are here. The chairman, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to learn in these few weeks, few days to come. And the topics have been carefully selected with deliberate focus on all technical areas of our practice. We therefore urge all participants to make it a point of duty to attend to all the technical sessions. We have 7 of them, but I think we can only attend physically to 5. So select the 5 that you like the most and make sure you participate. However, there is going to be a recording of all the sessions, so you should be able to watch them afterwards. Garden City is not going to be all about intellectualism. The conference has been designed in such a way that from 1400 hours every day, we will wind down with networking, meetings, and other recreational activities. It's our belief that this conference will be one whose memory will linger in the minds of delegates for a while. We shall not end this address without appreciating immensely our sponsors, the pharmaceutical industry, for most part, who have made available the funds with which this conference has been organized. It would have been indeed very challenging if we didn't have that sponsorship to organize this conference of this magnitude. We are very grateful to them. I will actually ask us to give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Although I have a lot to say about the team I worked with, the CPC and the LOC, time wouldn't permit, but it has been very wonderful working with these guys, and I actually would like to applaud them. I would have loved to call them on stage, but time wouldn't permit. Please, let's applaud our CPC and LOC for working with us. In a special way, I want to thank the LOC chairman, pharmacist Aboma Esom Ibe, and one gentleman I call the henchman of this conference, pharmacist Promise Anele. They've been very wonderful. I want you to thank them for me. And also the secretariat staff, led by our national secretary, pharmacist Prince Benga Falabi. They've worked day and night for the past 3 weeks. Indeed, we were only able to secure this place officially on the 3rd of October. So we had only 4 weeks, as it were, to prepare this place. So all of them worked so hard, and we are grateful to them. And some volunteers we have for this conference who are PANS of Port Harcourt, University of Port Harcourt. We want to thank all of them. And finally, and most of all, once more, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the CPC chair, pharmacist IG Anuku. Please, may I crave our collective indulgence to request that all members of CPC, all members of LOC that are in this hall, please stand. Please stand. Members of CPC and LOC. The reason for this is because we had been here 2 weeks ago to see what this place looks like. Then you will know we are witnessing a miracle in this place today. Please, let's put our hands together to appreciate those people, starting from their chairman, the National Secretary of PSN, and all these gentlemen and ladies who have worked tirelessly to ensure that today will be real and it will happen. Thank you so very much for the great work you have done. Thank you. It's my distinguished pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite upstage for their product launch representatives of MZOR Pharmaceuticals industry. MZOR, the time is now. Please, let's put our hands together as they make their way to the stage. MZOR Pharmaceuticals. MZOR.
Answer, please. The pulpit. You use your hand to carry it here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Take it. Just put it here.
have journeyed from far and have seen your suffering. No longer shall we travel far to get help for our loved ones. No longer shall we spend everything we have to get good health. Wellness is ours to have. And that is why I have come.
So much joy.
My people, let me show you the way.
Pharmaceutical. We'll never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being. For over 3 decades, we have set the foundation for world-class manufacturing and distribution in Nigeria. You know of our passion and commitment to high standards and unmatched quality. Emzo Pharmaceutical. We'll never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being. For over 3 decades, we have set the foundation. Emzo Pharmaceuticals. We never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being. For over 3 decades, we have set the foundation for world-class manufacturing and distribution in Nigeria. You know of our passion and commitment to high standards and unmatched quality. Our priority, ensuring access to affordable medicines and healthcare for fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and every child. Keeping all our households smiling, ever radiant, never ending. Building on our strengths, we are expanding our capacities at our state-of-the-art manufacturing campus in Shagamu, home to the oral solid dosage plant for the production of oral tablets and external ointments. The standalone cephalosporin plant and a misoprostol suite, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Currently under construction are the beta-lactam plant, dedicated to producing tablets, capsules, and dry syrup powder, and the intravenous fluids plant for the production of intravenous fluids in both large and small volumes. We have also initiated import substitution, thereby reducing our dependence on imported finished medicines and ensuring medicine security. Positioned for construction, our groundbreaking active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturing facility is set to be the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, starting with anti-malarials as our APIs of focus. Our commitment, addressing the leading causes of maternal and child mortality by local content optimization. Our Shagamu campus is set to become an innovative powerhouse of manufacturing excellence. We believe when people feel better, they do better, and great things follow. This drives our relentless pushing of boundaries. Our ultimate goal, delivering products of the highest standards, affordable and available to all. Our vision, to be the leading healthcare company in Africa, providing world-class products and services, growing stronger with each milestone attained and every barrier broken. And now, our next step in our journey of spreading unlimited wellness, introducing our new range of 8 locally manufactured products. MVC and zinc capsules, high strength, 2-in-1 immune support and antioxidant defense formulation, a premium combination of vitamin C 500mg and zinc 50mg. Zinc capsules, 50mg of zinc formulated to support immune health, improve metabolism, and aid the digestive system. Pyramal tablets and suspension, a triple-strength antimalarial, convenient once-daily dosing, and a pleasantly flavored pediatric formulation. Motil Stop capsules, effective antidiarrheal for decreasing frequency of stooling. Fluconazole capsules, formidable antifungal to combat fungal or yeast infections such as candidiasis. Emzobrex and Emzoperoxicam capsules are 2 non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs to treat mild to moderate inflammatory pain. Para 1000 by 3s, a mini-strip variant of our innovative Para 1000 with enhanced release for rapid relief, comes in smaller size, easy-to-swallow caplets.
The wellness of people inspires and energizes our burning passion, powering our undying commitment to making quality healthcare and unlimited wellness available to all. As a leader in the pharmaceutical industry, we consider it our responsibility to keep breaking new grounds in innovation, technology, research with global best practices. Our foundation, our people, our culture. Thank you for your unwavering trust for so many years. Be assured of our continued commitment to unlimited wellness. Emzor, feel better, do better.
What you have seen and heard today, they need to know that when they feel better, they do better. Feel better. Feel better. Feel better. Do better.
Thank you very much for listening to us so far. My name is Yimika Oguns. I'm an assistant brand manager with Emzor. And thank you for staying with us all these years and even for taking a part in this experience. You can visit our exhibition stand to witness this even much more closer and for us to answer all your questions. Thank you very much and have a great conference.
Ask your people to come and return this. Another round of applause for Emzor Pharmaceuticals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, may I ask if Roche is ready for their presentation, for their product launch? Roche? No, okay. Still standing on existing protocols, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage to present the pharmacy anthem. The Association of Lady Pharmacists, River State Chapter. Please, let's put our hands together as they come forward, led by their leader, Pharmacist Victoria Uku, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. They will be presenting their welcome song first before they go to the pharmacy anthem. Let's encourage them, please, with a round of applause. Please come.
say beautiful, amazing. Let's encourage them. They look so beautiful, but unfortunately, most of them are not available. So I will ask you to continue with what you're doing. Stand here. Make sure the temptations are very high, but I've informed them you're not available, while I take the profile and bring up the PSN presidents whom you will welcome with the pharmacy anthem. We have to do this because once the pharmacy anthem goes forth, no mortal can speak except the president of the PSN. So whom are we talking about at this point in time? I want to bring up my principal, a man of so many sides whom we know and we continue to know as he continues to unfold as the days go by. A sage who is above 70 but has the energy of a youth of under 40. A man who coincidentally, today, the November 2nd, 2021, marks 3 years when he was elected at Oluyole 2018. If you look at your calendar, you will know it also happened on the 2nd of November. It is not a mere coincidence. Let's put our hands together for him. Again, how come this man who started his life in Rivers State, how did it happen that he didn't choose this conference to happen here? This arrangement was made by our own pharmacist, Ahmed Yakasai, more than 2-3 years before Mazi was elected as president. And it happened that Mazi, the Port Harcourt boy, will be rounding off and handing over in Port Harcourt, River State. Let's put our hands together for him again. If I want to stand here to talk about my principal, who is a businessman of repute, as we all know, an astute administrator, having led Pfizer at the very top so many years ago, the primary chairman of NAMES, a man who has been honored 3 times in this country. We continue to say that there's no continuity with Nigerian government. I can tell you with Mazi there could be continuity because Yaradua came and said, no, it started with Obasanjo, who said, this man is honorable and we need to honor him, and MON he was decorated with MON. Then Yaradua came and said, oh, this guy has done so well, and he decorated him with OFR. Then Buhari came. They said PDP and APC, no, they agree. They agree for this one. And he decorated him with NPOM. We're talking about the first president who has delivered the Mobolaji Ladipo lecture, annual lecture, just in 2019 on the 5th of September. A man who in his lifetime, as we're living, I'm sure we all saw that in the news, as the pharmacy building of a private university, who, if you look at their projection, is very intimidating. And they looked around, they said, no, we know a human being who is living, we want to model those who will come out here after. And the Gregory University, Uturu, named their pharmacy building after him. We're talking about a man who would not let anything slip or wait. We know, I always say, I don't know, if you look into the history of PSN and see how far and how our presidents perform, you'll be wondering and say, what else is another person going to do? but Mazi has taken it to another level. I'm sure most of us have been invited to the VIP dinner that is happening this evening, where you will come and shout, wow, when you see the intimidating tower that is going to be greeting the environment and the ambience of Victoria Island very soon, initiated and started by this Mr. First, pharmacist Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, OFR, FPSN. We are talking about a man who you can call a liberalizer, who came in and looked at and said, what do we do to make sure that we make things easier? How do we do? He went, he picked up the Constitution and said, the world is moving forward. How do we move, even as a society, with the world? And I can tell you in his tenure, the most liberalized constitution of the PSN was baited. Can we put our hands together for him? Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I wouldn't want to take more of your time. I will hand over the microphone to our very beautiful ladies to give us the pharmacy anthem. While this anthem goes on, our guests will be seated while every pharmacist will stand. ALPS River State, ably led by the national chairman of ALPS, pharmacist Victoria Uku. Please, let's have the pharmacy anthem. River State, the chairman of today's occasion, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome to the podium the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, pharmacist Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, OFR, FPSN. My principal, sir. We can do better. Today is exactly 3 years you overwhelmingly voted him into office. The people's president will be rounding off here in River State. Today history is being made because this is the last conference he's going to superintend as the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria.
Kindly be seated, please. Seated. The chairman of this occasion, His Excellency Odeyin Ajumogobia, SAN, CFR, former Attorney General of the Rivers State Government, and former Minister of External Affairs. His Majesty, King Danderson Douglas Jaja, JP, Jeki V, the Treaty King, Amayanabo and natural ruler of Opopo Kingdom, and chairman of the Rivers State Council of Traditional Rulers. My immediate past presidents, Ahmed Yakasai, Emenai. Other very distinguished past presidents whom I have the opportunity to welcome to this meeting. Chairman of the Board of Fellows, my friend, classmates, Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, MFR. Members of the NEC of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy, and Fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, and other fellows here from other colleges and other institutions. Our keynote speaker, Professor Moji Adedeye, DG NAFDAC, who I believe is online right now. Our registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, DG of the Nigerian Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NIPRID, DG of the Natural Medicine Development Agency, the leaders of the NAPSA who are here, the president and the incoming presidents, Teresa Pounds and E-Doggy. Very distinguished colleagues that are here, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. It is usual for me to start most of my addresses and comments with thanking God for His grace over my life and over the life of those who are listening to me. But today, I really have occasion to give special thanks. With the challenges we face in this country for the last 3 years, I think it's only by God's mercy that we are not consumed. That He protected us from pervasive insecurity and the rampaging COVID-19 pandemic call for extraordinary thanksgiving to God. And if you agree with me, kindly join me in giving a clapping applause to our most merciful and gracious Almighty God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, gentlemen. 3 years ago, we were in Oluyole 2018, where, as the National Public Secretary just said, I was given the mandate to oversee the affairs of this 94-year-old professional association of men of honor in what some have called grand style. So let me straight away thank all pharmacists who joined in granting us this opportunity and privilege. In 2019, we were at Crocodile City, 2019. We almost did not go. Kaduna was perceived as a no-go area because of the perception of high insecurity, especially kidnapping. Then it turned out to be one of the best attended national conferences. We must reiterate our thanks to the governor and people of Kaduna State for mobilizing support for us. Again, last year, 2020, we almost did not go to Omoloabi 2020.
First was problem of national insecurity and difficult access to the venue. And later, a bigger problem, COVID-19. For most of the year, there was total lockdown and very restricted movement. But we tried, and we came, and we saw, and we conquered, leaving Oshobo in high spirits. Our continuing gratitude to the governor and the people of Osun State for the enviable hospitality despite COVID-19 restrictions. Finally, we're here at the Garden City 2021, where we hope to recover all that we missed or lost at the two previous national conferences. COVID-19 pandemic shook the world and has largely changed the world. Will there be another pandemic like this? For me, God forbid, may not be a sufficient response. God will forbid, but that's only hoping that human beings will understand that the creator of the world has set rules on how to govern and live in the world he created out of his own sovereign will. As long as man persists in disobedience, unrighteousness, and wickedness, and continues to act as if he owns the world, instead of being a diligent caretaker and a steward for the good of the present and the future generations, epidemics and pandemics will continue to arise. My prayer, however, is that we do not see this again in our own lifetimes. But should it happen again, what lessons have we learned, and what can guide our response and perhaps reduce the shock and devastation both globally and domestically? That is why we have chosen the theme for this year's conference as COVID-19 Lessons, Broadening and Strengthening the Nigerian Pharmaceutical / Health Sector. Our own Professor Mojishola Adeyeye, the Director General of NAFDAC, an erudite scholar, a distinguished research pharmaceutical scientist, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and a courageous woman of valor, is to lead us in this class assignment as keynote speaker. The pharmaceutical industry and all the stakeholders, principally the pharmacy professionals, our governments, and the regulatory agencies need to learn lessons and use these lessons very well. In 2017, during the tenure of my predecessor, he convened a conference in Umuahia, Abia State. Here, the PSN drew attention to the national security implications of overdepending on China, India, and Europe for most of our pharmaceutical equipment, raw materials, and finished products. Barely 2 years later, we were confronted with what we had most feared. Thank God for being God. It would have been extraordinarily tragic in Nigeria. We must admit, however, that Nigeria already seems to have learned or begun to learn some lessons. The CBN 100 billion Naira Pharmaceutical / Healthcare Intervention Fund, the dedicated fund for research, increased attention and funding to NIPRI, and the fact that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, spent quality time in his 61st independence broadcast speaking about government's plan to support the industry. The first time in Nigerian history, as much as I know, are very strong pointers to the fact that we may have learned a few lessons already. Please, can you clap for the President? The challenge, as always, will be how to follow up and how to continue on this trajectory. I hope our erudite keynote speaker and a cast of distinguished sub-team speakers and panelists will bring some illumination to the subject, and we all, the leaders and the led, will be motivated to play our roles in a consistent manner to be prepared for the next epidemic or pandemic. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is my last conference as the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And I must say that the 3 years have passed speedily, of course disrupted by the unpleasant happenings in our environment, especially the COVID-19 pandemic, the pervasive insecurity, and the economic challenges they presented. Nevertheless, we have done our best to confront the challenges facing our profession, and we want to thank God for the modest accomplishments which are contained in my Presidential Accountability Notes 3/end of term report, which will be circulated at this conference. True, we may not have accomplished all we hoped for, but we are definitely not where we were 3 years ago. We have advanced significantly in placing pharmacy at a higher spectrum in the minds of Nigerians and in attracting some increased respect and honor to our profession. We opened our society for greater participation of members in governance, rejigged our constitution, and did our best to build love and friendship in the profession, giving due honor and respect to all organs of the society, including the Board of Fellows, the College of Past Presidents, and the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. Many pharmacists have broken career and professional ceilings, and today, the difference between pharmacies, and other pretenders are becoming more evident and easily differentiable, as many of our pharmacies adopt the pharmaceutical care as a minimum standard of care for all patients and clients. If you want to clap, clap. Don't threaten to clap. These have been achieved, Mr. Chairman, through the collective efforts of members of the National Executive Committee, NEC, members of our council, the leadership and members of our statutory and ad hoc committees. The energy, comradeship, and teamwork was unprecedented. As we sign off, we must request the government of Nigeria to continue to provide pharmacists level playing ground and enhance recognition and reward for the critical work we do. The full approval of the PharmD degree in many universities, the full establishment of the consultancy cadre for qualified graduates of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, and the full acknowledgement and recognition of clinical pharmacists in the profession are enviable landmarks for which we are grateful to the government of Nigeria. The Nigerian public now has a better understanding of our critical role as frontline healthcare professionals. When most hospitals and clinics closed their doors to many patients for fear of COVID, we remained open, the last man standing for them. That is the level of our commitment and willingness to make sacrifices for the good health and well-being of our citizens. The healthcare team must be treated as a team without undue bias or preference for any part or group. Nigerian health authorities must recognize our pharmacies as bona fide components of the primary healthcare architecture and involve us in testings, vaccinations, and other public health offerings, as is done in many other countries, especially those we aspire to be like. The intent of government to have a sanitized and ordered pharmaceutical distribution system can never be achieved without adequate legislation. Therefore, the subsisting need to support the PSN and NAFDAC with stronger legislation and empowerment. This must receive greater attention than it is getting now. Mr. Chairman, let me begin to conclude these welcoming remarks by thanking our hosts in absentia, Governor Chief Ezenwanyesom Wike CON, Mr. Project, and the people and government of Rivers State for giving us the opportunity to enjoy the famed hospitality of the Rivers people. We are indebted to the chairman of this opening ceremony, His Excellency Honorable Odeyin Ajumogobia SAN. We want to thank all of our invited guests, especially the Amayanabo of Opopo, who has graced us with his distinguished traditional presence. Please put your hands together for the Amayanabo. He represents those who own this state. We are also grateful to His Excellency Celestino Meher, one of my younger brothers, for the honor of accepting to chair our closing banquet. Special mention must be made of OCJ Okocha SAN and Senator Mao Ohuabunwa for the very supportive roles they played in facilitating the holding of the conference in this my state of origin, where I was born and bred. I'm a very proud Port Harcourt boy. And therefore, must thank my predecessor in office, Fam Ahmed Yakasai, MNI, for choosing Rivers State as the venue for this, my closing conference, even without knowing I was going to be the president at this time. That is how my God works for me. I'm hoping that our sponsors and exhibitors will do good business in the Garden City and that the state will benefit from the economic interactions that will happen. Nearly 4,000 pharmacies are visiting Rivers State this season, and I believe we deserve a red carpet reception for bringing this amount of business and investment into this state. I also want to ask that God will bless all of us and that we may all have a great and rewarding conference. The CPC, ably led by the only IG in pharmacy, Ignatius Anuku, and the old LOC led by a woman who acts and answers and looks like her name, Aboma, and superintended by our Rivers State Chairman, Chimobu, I'm told and I can see have gone to great lengths despite the delay in confirming the conference venue to prepare for us a great conference that will set a new standard for our annual conferences. Yesterday we had a wonderful walk and we had a very interesting welcoming party last night. That is the sign of the hospitality that awaits all of us today. Until we meet in Jos, God willing, Plateau State at the Teen City 2022, when I will have transmuted to the office of the immediate past president, and I will have retired Yakasai to the class of ancient past presidents. Let me wish us abundant God's grace. And Obiala we Ibote Aluao. Thank you and God bless you.
Can we please stand up to appreciate the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa. A round of applause as he descends the podium. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very much. Please remain standing. The President is still standing. And continue to clap. Thank you. A rousing send-off for Mazi Sam Ohabunwa at this, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, holding in Port Harcourt, River State. Thank you. Keep clapping, keep clapping. As you are clapping, you will be blessed. Whoever claps loudest will be blessed the most. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may now be seated. Uh-oh. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Let me recognize very, very quickly a former registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Diete. A round of applause for Pharmacist Diete. We recognize you, ma. You are very, very welcome to Port Harcourt. Thank you, ma. Let me also recognize the representative of the President of the African Pharmaceutical Forum. Dr. Prosper Hiag is here represented by the Secretary General of the African Pharmaceutical Forum, Dr. Diete Muliom. A round of applause for our colleagues. Thank you very much, always aligning with the PSN, and we thank you for your presence. Also, we have in the hall today the Director General of NNI, Pharmacist Aliu Zachary Jia. Can you please stand up for recognition? Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. And the President of the Association of Professional Bodies is ably represented by Dr. Boniface Woko, the State Chairman of APBN. Sir, you're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. At this juncture, let me very, very respectfully introduce our keynote speaker for this occasion, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As you are well aware, our keynote speaker is the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye. Clap for her, please. She is joining us virtually. We thank God for the digital realm. But before she speaks, permit me to briefly introduce her. As I said, she is the Director General of NAFDAC, the regulatory agency of Nigeria, a Professor Emeritus of Pharmaceutics and Drug Product Evaluation at the College of Pharmacy, Roosevelt University in Illinois, a Professor of Manufacturing for 21 years in Duquesne University in Pittsburgh in the USA as well. She has mentored over 15 PhDs and MS candidates, has 5 patents, 65 peer-reviewed manuscripts, book chapters and books, and has made over 150 scientific presentations in her life before NAFDAC. She currently serves as the chair of the steering committee of the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization and the World Health Organization Global Pediatric Regulatory Network. She represents NAFDAC and, in fact, Nigeria on the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities and has been invited to the Global Steering Committee-led COVID-19 Traceability Governance Team. She is a fellow of the Nigeria Academy of Science, a fellow of the Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, and an academic research fellow of the American Association of Colleges of Pharmacy, is the first African woman fellow of the American Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists. She is also a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Join me with a resounding applause to welcome, to deliver her keynote address, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Imujeze. I would like the host to allow me to present my slides. If the host could disable the screen sharing so that I can present the slides, please. Thank you very much. Or they can present it if they so choose. While doing that, I would like to recognize the president, my brother, Maxi Ohabuwa, for leading us for these last few years as the PSN president. I would like to recognize the past presidents of PSN and also recognize my fellow director generals from NIPRID, from PCN, and from other agencies. And of course, I would like to recognize my fellow pharmacists in the room. To have 4,000 pharmacists visiting a city, that is significant. And the timing of this topic is very, very apt. I'm hoping that I can share my screen now. Yes, I'm able to share my screen now. If you can see my screen, somebody should say yes. Okay. I would like to thank God for giving me this opportunity to present a few lessons learned from the COVID pandemic. It is, of course, it is of a proportional, highly proportional, what do I call size in terms of history, but we have been able to pull through as a country. And the broadening and strengthening of the Nigerian pharmaceutical and health sectors will be the focus, and of course, with the regulatory perspectives. My outline will just go thus. What is the legal framework for doing what we are doing as a regulatory agency? The pandemic itself, the challenges, the preparedness of NAFDAC, the emergencies response or response to emergencies, the regulatory preparedness for vaccine manufacturing, and conclusions. Everybody knows that NAFDAC came into being in 1993, followed by an amendment that established it even further in 2004, Cap N1. The act, of course, mandates the agency to regulate and control the importation, exportation, manufacture, advertisement, distribution, sale, and use of 7 regulated products, of which food and medical devices are the focus of what we are talking about today. COVID-19 pandemic descended on us like a nightmare in the middle of the night. It is severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. As like my brother said, we thank God that we are alive today. because many people lost their lives, even in Nigeria, as a result of the pandemic. It was declared global pandemic actually on the 11th of March, 2020. And it has exacted enormous pressure and challenges in many areas, which I'm going to be talking about. The imposed challenges, please put it off. Yeah. I'm sorry about this. The imposed challenges that COVID-19 pandemic placed on us were enormous. Disruptions of socio-economic well-being, unprecedented pressure on healthcare systems, like you will never believe, or that most of us will never believe before the pandemic, and the inability of the existing capacities to provide full and affordable access to quality healthcare, especially in Nigeria, where we were so over-dependent on imports that we were almost swamped out because of the disruption in the supply chain. It posed uncertainties over how the pandemic will progress on us as a country. This was fueled by the absence of vaccines or effective medical treatment, drug insecurity. Right from the beginning of my term as NAFDAC DG, I've put emphasis on drug insecurity in Nigeria because of the fact that we were over-dependent on imports. Bearing in mind, we will continue to import, but not 70% of what we need. It should be like 30. It should even be less than 30%. And we're going to work towards that. What are the other challenges? Disruption, of course, in the pharmaceutical supply chain, travel restrictions and lockdown, which led to disruptions of medicine supplies, with India closing its doors and some other countries, China, we couldn't even access it, whether for APIs or for finished products. This descended on us as a country, and sometimes I will funnily say, don't we deserve it? Haven't we neglected the health sector for a long time? In a way, we deserved it. And that is why we have to walk away with these lessons learned so that we will never find ourselves in the same position again. What of for the agency? Regulatory agencies across the world had a lot of pressures. In terms of NAFDAC, ensuring business continuity during the lockdown and restriction of movement is what was our pressure. Because, like my brother said, the pharmacists were the last ones standing. NAFDAC had to stand because business has to continue. Disruption of global pharmaceutical supply chain, I've mentioned that. Limited supply of COVID-19 related health products. That was as a result of this disruption. And of course, the proliferation of substandard and falsified medical supplies or medical products due to surge in demand for COVID-related products. We have not done the assessment, but the proliferation of substandard falsified medical products and counterfeits increased during that period because nobody could go out, but the borders were open, unfortunately. Continuing with the challenges on NAFDAC, increased regulatory workload due to large volume of applications for COVID-19 related products. Health risks to NAFDAC's frontline workforce ensures NAFDAC's business continue at the ports. A couple of our staff got COVID during this period. One of our staff died in pharmacovigilance. The workload was indescribable. And Dr. Monica Imujeze, the Director of Registration and Regulatory Affairs, know very well what I'm talking about because they almost got burnt out. Another pressure is the need for regulatory agencies to proactively provide up-to-date guidance and regulations in response to the evolving crisis. These pressures were not only limited to regulatory agency, of course, to the pharmaceutical industry. Because here we are with a health sector that was neglected for decades. And just like my brother Maxine mentioned, the government had to step in, and NAFDAC had to broker between CBN and the pharmaceutical industry in terms of intervention fund for infrastructure rebuilding. So all of us were affected. However, in terms of preparedness before COVID-19 pandemic, the NAFDAC's mandate, policies, programs, projects, and measures were in place to ensure readily access and quick availability of safe, efficacious, and quality assured medical products. Why are we in this state of preparedness? It was like God was planning it for us, because we started this journey January of 2018, when we started the quality management system. And at the same time, we also went on the WHO global benchmarking audit. So emergency preparedness, you make a plan, you build a kit, and you be informed. We were blessed that we were prepared, relatively speaking, because preparedness is also an ongoing thing. I mentioned that the preparedness is part and parcel of our audit that we started in 2018, January, to test our regulatory strength and maturity. We did migration from physical and manual processes to electronic processing of product registration and issuance of permits. By the way, in March or April of 2018, we started using Zoom. So it wasn't strange to us when the pandemic ascended on us to meet virtually. The agency-wide implementation of quality management system that I mentioned earlier, continuation of ISO 9004, the global benchmarking, the reaccreditation of our ISO labs, ensured consistency and efficient quality services with little workforce, because levels 13 to level 13 below were not on duty at a point. This global benchmarking increased the need for investing in our regulatory processes. Thank God that we became more prudent as an agency. That allowed us to be able to get so many of the things that we needed towards going to maturity level 3. Again, this preparedness is a reflection of regulatory strength and maturity of an agency. We are working towards maturity level 3, and we are almost there, and you will see by the end of this talk. Another means is the implementation of the requirements of dossier in CTD format, using global best practices. This is extremely important. And in 2020, we had a couple of meetings, very, very big workshops on common technical document. In fact, in 2020, we had 3 times more of trainings for our staff than we had in 2019. That is part of this preparedness that were in place. As part of the ongoing benchmarking, we were pointed to the fact that we have to adopt a new culture, risk-based post-marketing surveillance, and therefore risk-based laboratory testing to align with global practices to ensure efficient and purposeful use of resources. We also have risk-based assessment of good manufacturing practices of our manufacturing facilities, including use of desk reviews. Our pharmacovigilance and post-marketing surveillance functions of the agency became strengthened and is still going on being strengthened to ensure safety and quality of medicinal products, and continuous training, like I mentioned, and capacity building of agencies' workforce. In terms of the industry in particular, which is my own soft spot, because a country that doesn't make its medicines is a country that is not secure, is a country that will have low, workforce, of course, in terms of employed people. So we started earlier, before the pandemic, CAPA verification and implementation of GMP roadmap, so that our local manufacturers can compete favorably with foreign facilities in developed countries. We wanted to build capacity of our pharmaceutical industry through training and workshops. And it still continues because we have to keep at it with our pharmaceutical industry in order to meet our own international global best practices. To encourage local manufacturing, we set 5+5 policy towards the end of 2018 in order to empower local manufacturers. 5+5 means that after your last renewal or current renewal, depending on what part of the year we're talking about, of the cycle, we will give an importer a notice to start making a plan to migrate to local manufacturing if the products are available in Nigeria. If they cannot migrate in terms of setting up a new company, they should migrate into partnership. That way we encourage local manufacturing and we become less insecure as a country. We also started thinking of expansion of the NAFDAC ceiling. We used to have 9 products on that ceiling. And the initiation of expanding that ceiling started before the pandemic. Currently, we have 35 products in that ceiling. Strengthening and broadening Nigerian pharmaceutical and health sector is a complex template. I mentioned the fact that we had to broker for our pharmaceutical industry, and I want to say kudos to our pharmaceutical manufacturers, because many of them actually started building new facilities because they also want to use international best practices, have internationally satisfied facilities. So we have strategies and policies in place to ensure easy access and readily available of safe, effective, and quality assured medicines. In terms of our registration, we started e-registration in earnest, or reactivated it in earnest in the middle of 2018. And we continue digitalization of many of our operations. That is because of the quality management system that we started in 2018 January. We also, as a regulatory agency, have to collaborate. That is part of what is expected. So we have a lot of collaborative procedures and reliance mechanisms that now all these are helping us in this COVID pandemic in terms of the vaccines approval and so on. I'm going to just slip this. I've already talked about it. Continuing the strengthening and broadening of pharmaceutical health sector, implementation of traceability. Our president mentioned our distribution supply chain in Nigeria, which is chaotic. So we embarked on this journey, 2019, starting the traceability program. It was launched by the Minister of Health in I believe middle of 2020, but we started it in 2019. We started training our staff to increase their capacity and to work efficiently and effectively in quality regulatory decision-making. Communication and transparency initiatives, extremely important in our audit. Very, very important. You have to be transparent as a regulatory agency. Our communication, we started improving on it, whether to all our stakeholders, and we're still on that journey. We have not arrived yet. I mentioned collaboration, WHO pre-qualification collaborative registration procedure, Swiss Medic, WHO facilitated stringent regulatory, National Regulatory Agency collaboratory procedures, WAHO, regional collaborative registration. All these we were doing before COVID, and this helped us during the pandemic. Traceability, it is a 5-year strategy. And again, it is to ensure on the long run patient safety, to make sure that there are no substandard falsified medicines or they are mitigated to the minimum level, to prevent infiltration or diversion. And I'm going to talk more about this later. This is just a map of our traceability. I will skip this. I will come back to it later. But NAFDAC is the only agency in the world that is using traceability to know where the vaccines are. I will talk about this later. Now that we have mentioned the preparedness, what were the responses? We leverage on our antecedents and existing infrastructure and ensure that the nation's supply chain was not adversely affected. And we ensure availability of safe, effective, and quality assured COVID-19 related medical products, vaccines included. And we were using a business continuity strategy, which we learned. We didn't know about this for a long time, but we learned it during our quality management system training in 2018, CUM 2019. And also because of the ongoing WHO audit that made us adaptable to the pandemic demands. Response continuing, we immediately deployed business continuity plan and strategies to all directorates. What will you do in the middle of the pandemic with half of your workforce at home, with overwhelming applications coming for COVID-19 products, and with business that has to continue? We developed and implemented protocol for workplace preparedness and prevention of COVID-19 infection. We ramped up the complete migration of all application submissions and processing to electronic platforms via the NAPAMS portal. We continued our digitalization. We started using e-conveyance in terms of talking with each other. Virtual meetings, I mentioned that started March or April of 2018. That allowed us to work remotely for some time. We started using, or we launched electronic clinical trial application as part of the response to COVID-19. We started tracking our staff training. Again, please bear in mind, these are some of the demands that our WHO audit made of us. So with the challenges came the opportunities. We also ensured regulatory functions were not halted during the lockdown, as I mentioned before. We started writing guidances that we never thought we could write fast enough, such as preparedness for licensing of access to COVID-19 vaccines, sponsors of COVID-19 related clinical trials, guidance on herbal medicines. It was sleepless in NAFDAC. We expanded use of alternative regulatory approval pathways. I've mentioned collaborative procedures. I've mentioned reliance on stringent regulatory authorities and also recognition. Over the last year and a half, we have approved 9 vaccines. In fact, maybe counting now more than 9. And somebody was asking me at this meeting that I am today, how do you approve your vaccines? Do you just take WHO's word for it? No, we don't. We have 15 days for the vaccine committee to thoroughly look at what WHO released, the dossier. After that, it will be sent to me, and it will send another 3 or 4 days in my office, crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. And when the vaccines come into the country, the shipment, we do testing in our labs. Sometimes there may be 12 parameters and we may not have the instruments for all the 12. By the way, many of the vaccines assays were customized. You couldn't even get the reagents to buy. So we focused on the parameters that we can do, but that will be safety indicating. And we have done testing to the point that we rejected one that came not through the regular route because of the fact that we have to safeguard the health of our people. So this is the list of the vaccines that we have used emergency use authorization to approve in NAFDAC. While doing all this, we were registering COVID-19 related consumables. Alcohol sanitizers, before the pandemic, we had 21 in our database companies. During the pandemic, we had 231 companies registered with us. Face mask, we had 0 company. During the pandemic, we had 10, and I'm going to talk about one of them. Diagnostics came coming in. Falsified diagnostics that we will reject before passing it on to our, to prevent passing it on to the consumers. In total, you can see on the right-hand side panel that number of sanitizers registered were in false during the pandemic. Of course, there were people that were falsifying the vaccines. So our post-marketing surveillance directorate did not sleep. We were mopping from Gombe to Akwa Ibom. That was the challenge that we had during the pandemic. I want to talk a little bit about actually the first NAFDAC approved medical device that got through our pipeline in 2020. It was the first medical device that will be exported to the USA from Nigeria. And when it got to the port in the US, they couldn't believe it. They delayed it for one month. Can this be real? Can Nigeria export anything to USA? Our pharmacists in the USA are elated. Let me just tell you quickly about the background of this medical mask. The manufacturer used to manufacture CD, music CD, and he came to us calling that he wanted to manufacture face masks. I said, what do you do? No, I manufacture CD. I said, CD? Oh, yes. I know that the cleanliness, the clean environment that making of music CDs demand can be applied to manufacturing of medical masks. The Registration and Regulatory Directorate and Drug Evaluation Research worked round the clock to assist this manufacturer. And lo and behold, we now have the first NAFDAC approved medical mask exported to the USA from Nigeria. NAFDAC also, in terms of traceability, which I'm going to expand on, aimed at having full visibility for all the products. Again, it's a 5-year project. It is not what we can achieve today. Of course, we have achieved a lot. We instituted the Pharmaceutical Traceability Desk in 2019. We started the governance program, the governance of it by doing co-chairing with Ministry of Health. And we had the steering committee that is made up of multi-stakeholders, including primary health, development partners, pharmaceutical industry, community pharmacists, hospital pharmacists. This is a journey. The hospital pharmacists, the community pharmacists will be seeing more and more of this. We will become more proud of what we give to our patients. We will be wearing our shoulders high as pharmacists. Once we have traceability launched nationwide, and it becomes part and parcel of our drug distribution. It's the first step in positioning Nigeria to be a leader in driving the monitoring of regulated products supply chain. Again, to monitor infiltration, to ensure that there is no infiltration actually, to support pharmacovigilance activities, and of course, to mitigate substandard falsified medicines. I've mentioned it is a 5-year national strategic plan, and we used it to monitor AstraZeneca brand of COVID-19, Covishield. We are using it for Moderna vaccine. We're now using it for Pfizer as we speak. What we are doing in NAFDAC, Oxford University referred to it as the Abuja principles. NAFDAC is the only country using it to monitor COVID-19 vaccines, but it's not just that. We are now doing in-country serialization of vaccines that came without full barcoding. Again, we are the first and leading agency globally to attempt this. That is part of the lessons learned, knowing that if we give ourselves goals, we can reach it. We challenge ourselves to reach higher, and we are reaching higher by the grace of God. For the traceability, data analysis and scan data were collected across the states, and the results are published on our website. Now I want to come back to this map. You can see the port of entry is only one. We decided to limit the port of entry of vaccines to one, which is Abuja, the international airport in Abuja. From there, it goes to the central warehouse where our staff, the traceability group, will scan the secondary packaging of the vaccines that were coming in. And once we have this database, we now know which batch or how many within a batch will go to a particular state. So we have to scan at the state warehouses and scan at the local government warehouses, and of course, healthcare facilities before getting to the recipients. As I mentioned, we're going to use this as part of monitoring or assisting pharmacovigilance using active pharmacovigilance sentinel sites. This, again, is first in the history of GS1-driven traceability. This is just a case study that I'm going to just flip through. You can see we have to have the global trade number, GTN, the global location number, GLN, which is almost like a GPS that you use for looking for directions and so on. We use all this to monitor AstraZeneca vaccines in Nigeria. You can see about 20% of first batch, 57 or 58% of batch, second batch, Z005, and 22% or 23% of the third batch, Z006. We were able to monitor where the vaccines went. And this is a scan distribution of COVID-19 vaccines in Nigeria by states, the ones that are expected, which primary health did, and the ones that we scanned. This is the beginning of our roadmap. You can see that with the traceability, GS1-driven traceability, we can know where all vaccines are in the country. Once we have the right tools, which is the Android-enabled scanners and the right scanners on the cell phones, we will even be able to do more. In terms of NAFDAC's response, our adverse event following immunization monitoring has been improved in folds, 10 times better than what it used to be. We've been doing passive and active surveillance. For passive surveillance routine, we have used Covishield in 36 states. For active surveillance, we are working with the University of Maryland, which is a collaborative project funded by US CDC. So things are going well for NAFDAC, but it's because of lessons learned. With little, we can do a lot if we put our minds to it. Still talking about AEFI monitoring or ADR reporting, cohort event monitoring for signal detection. We have been working hand in hand with African Union Smart Safety Surveillance. And NAFDAC is one of the 4 countries that are in the steering committee. And always when we get report, NAFDAC has the best result in terms of report. What has made this possible is the Med Safety app, which we deployed in 2020. And we now have about 30,000 subscribers and over 12,000 AEFI reports. Again, this may look small, but it is folds better than what it used to be. This is due to our digitalization or use of electronic devices. Communication and transparency, I mentioned that. This is part and parcel of what makes a regulatory agency mature. Press releases, TV, NAFDAC and Your Health on both TV and radio programs, publication. We are not there yet. We will continue to improve. That is the beauty of the audit that we are, the roadmap that we are on. Stakeholder engagement has improved tremendously because we have to think, we along with our stakeholders, so that we will know the complaints and we'll be able to address them. Collaborations is part and parcel of what makes a regulatory agency mature. And you can see the different agencies that we have collaborated with. Coming to the end of my presentation, what is NAFDAC's response to COVID-19 emergencies in terms of getting the country ready for manufacturing our own vaccines? Without NAFDAC reaching this maturity level 3, Nigeria will not be able to manufacture our own vaccines. We started this journey January 2018. And the recommendations based on different regulatory functions that the WHO highlighted for us totaled 868 in 2018. You can see the distribution across different functions. We started this sleepless nights, and in June 2019, they visited us for the first time. We were able to reduce the recommendations that we needed to meet to 146, but the 146 were the hardest. We continued during the pandemic with all the other things that are going on. By September 2021, we have reduced this to 3 recommendations because a lot of what made up the 33 were our ungazetted regulations. So we now gazetted all our regulations and reduced it to 3. And by October 15, 2021, we do not have any recommendations to be met from the WHO recommendations. We are now awaiting physical visits. This is a journey of almost 4 years. And you can imagine what the agency has gone through, especially during the pandemic. Two of my staff directors almost broke down. And I would just stay at home. Don't even come. That was when we were already back, when the work was too much. This is part of the response to the COVID-19 emergencies. In conclusion, the pandemic has disrupted healthcare systems in all countries. For the pharmaceutical sector, disruption, of course, the supply chain, and sharp increase in the demand for the consumables for COVID-19. NAFDAC responded to these challenges using its antecedents and infrastructure that were already being built. Notwithstanding the numerous challenges, we've had a lot of opportunities that spurred the creation of strategies and the development of viable tools that had helped us in terms of responding. Our preparedness guidance made the agency to be at high alert for the advent of COVID-19 vaccines. The COVID-19 vaccine has been successfully used as a pilot for supply chain monitoring using GS1-driven traceability. Adverse events monitoring has improved greatly. The manufacturing industry, like I mentioned, is now leaps and bounds in terms of improving their, making sure that their capacities are reduced as much as possible. Reliance and collaboration have contributed to success of COVID-19 vaccine launch in Nigeria. And despite the pandemic, NAFDAC has moved from below maturity level 1 in 2018 to maturity level 3 ready for assessment. Maturity level 3 ready for assessment by WHO very soon. And this will prepare Nigeria for vaccine manufacturing. Thank you very much for your attention, and God bless.
I believe we can do better for Madam DG. Professor Moji Adeyeye, a woman who has more than 5 patents to her name. Thank you, Madam DG. Talking about lessons of COVID-19, I don't know what so many of us learned, but in my practice as a community pharmacist, you know, the hospitals shut down, so we were the ones who kept faith with most patients. And the greatest issue we saw was that the men had a lot of challenge, you know, keeping faith. You know, in those days when things were normal, you go to work. When you come back in the night, you know, madams try to do like make we behave. You say, no, 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 no. Office work today was hectic. They sent me to Aba. I came back, went to Kanu. Came back, went to Sokoto. I climbed 2-story building. But when government did lockdown, there was no work. So a lot of people, you know, I've done a lot of work on ED, erectile dysfunction. So many guys who were posing in the house that it was work had to now confess to madam that, you see, the issue is that they don't take away NEPA take light. And somehow they visited a lot of pharmacies. I also helped to sort out some of the issues to restore the respect of the men in their homes. Please clap for community pharmacies. We would want to continue with the goodwill messages we started yesterday. We couldn't run through all of them. We want to start right now with the College of Past Presidents, whose chairman is unavoidably absent because of an assignment he had somewhere to give to Nigeria. I'm talking about our own Doyin, Prince Julie Adelusi, who will this afternoon be represented by our own pharmacist, Buddha Yaro, in his own capacity, a past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Pharmacist Yaro Buddha, please, the podium is yielded for you to give the goodwill message. But because of time, we're restricting you to 2 minutes, sir. Please forgive us for that. Thank you, sir.
The chairman of the occasion, our president, who has just stepped out, I wanted to start by appreciating him. I have the mandate of the chairman of the new College of Past Presidents, Prince Julius Adelusi Adelui, MNI, who is unable to attend. PSN is 94 years. It is the leaders and the leadership of the Pharmaceutical Society, or any other society for that matter, that represent the conscience of the society. They champion all the struggles. And as you know, as pharmacists, we've gone through loads and loads of struggles, and we still are. However, we're grateful to God that our leaders have stood the test of time. There is a profound saying that there is no success without a successful succession. And as we make one more space to receive Mazi Sam Muhabwa to our ranks. You know, when you are elected as president, one thing for sure is that you are going to be a past president. So we keep an empty seat for you. I also like to say that we have some geriatric past presidents whom we love. I'll mention a few names who are still alive. And so as you see the past president seated in front, we are all going to live very long. Led by Chief Akin Kugbe, who was president in 1972 from 1972 to 1974. He's over 90. He's the oldest of the living past presidents. You'd also remember, some of you would, and I see some of the geriatric pharmacists in front would remember, even better than I, past presidents that are in their 80s, because we have many pharmacists here who are in their 80s. We have Prince Julius Adelusi, who is over 80. We have Professor Ogunlana, who is over 80. And of course, Dr. Philip Emafa, who is over 80. The rest of us are still young compared to them. So I bring you felicitations. The president is back. So let me clearly say that the College of Past Presidents, which has just come on into the Constitution of the Pharmaceutical Society at our conference in Osogbo, the past presidents are grateful for that recognition, because we've always played good roles, good, strong roles in the background. And now it is a constitutional matter that the College of Past Presidents must step in where there are challenges in our society, whether within or without. So I join others in welcoming all our colleagues to this beautiful city, Garden City. We were last here in 1994. I was here then as Deputy President. Enjoyed the conference. And just one advisory, because I see that more than ever in this particular conference where we are going to elect new officers, there has been tremendous campaign, online particularly. And as you come in, you will see a lot of the banners. As men of honor, let us join hands and elect our officers in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I would call on the presidents of the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Sciences in the Americas, NAPSA, Dr. Teresa Isichie Pounds, to in 2 minutes, please give us the goodwill message from our colleagues in the diaspora. Thank you very much. Let's encourage her coming all the way from the Americas to come and be part of this. It's not very simple. You're welcome, Dr.
So many nights I sit by my window.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It actually took me 1 minute to
sing me her
I need 1 more minute. I'm just kidding. I want to welcome the NAPSA members who are here. That's really what's important to us. And please, is Dr. Emmanuel Omehe, please stand. He's one of our NAPSA members. Kunle Tometi is the representative who is on the board from NAPSA here with PSN. He's somewhere here. Okay, there he is. And Emmanuel Ezrim, the president-elect, who is going to be taking over from me in another year or two. So right here. So, and then we have Chris Ike. He's somewhere here in the audience. I'm going to keep it short. Again, we want to thank PSN for having NAPSA here. The message I want to take across is we will continue to be partners with PSN, PCN, SCPN, CPAN, with the key organizations here in Nigeria. That is my take-home message. We have to partner in different sectors, in the pharmacy practice, pharmaceutical scientists. You have already seen what we're doing. We participated in the vaccination program, and most recently, I had a visit representing NAPSA with the First Lady. Everybody saw that. So that again is some of the things we're going to be doing in terms of advocacy. So I'm going to keep it short. Again, thank you for having us. We have our vision, and we will continue to ensure that we're moving in that direction. I want to close with one statement. We will work with the key stakeholders to ensure that we educate the appropriate agency about the multidisciplinary team approach in providing patient-centered care. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The President of African Pharmaceutical Forum, Dr. Prosper Hiyag, is represented by the Secretary General, Dr. Didier Molim. Please come up in 2 minutes and give the goodwill. Thank you. Let's encourage him. The Secretary General of African Pharmaceutical. Okay, thank you very much.
Many dreams I kept deep inside me, alone in the dark.
On behalf of
now you come along.
President Hiyag cannot be there because he have a impeachment because he have his mother-in-law died this weekend, and then he gave me his speech. I want to recognize the chairman of the day, Her Excellency Oden Ajumo Gobia, Her Majesty, the president of PSN, and all the presidents. And because I have only 2 minutes, I will go through all the speech of President Hiyag. And then I am Nigerian. I am from Cameroon, but Nigeria adopted me long time ago. They voted me in APF. Nigeria is the biggest delegation in the FIP Congress. Biggest delegation in the FIP Congress. I just want to thank Nigeria. I want to thank PSN and all president of PSN, the SAPN, the NAFDAC with the e-NAFDAC, the CEO of NAFDAC, so that the NAFDAC is going ahead, and we hope soon the Nigeria will give vaccine to Africa. We hope that. The new vaccine, COVID. Okay. Dear colleagues,
there's something every mother has. It's something like a sixth sense. Like knowing exactly when her baby's in danger. It doesn't matter where she is or what she's doing.
The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria is one
she carries her family in her heart always and knows when all is not well, even when it appears like she might be wrong. A mother's instincts are hardly ever wrong. And she trusts N&B paracetamol, the red one, to save the day. With fast-acting and effective M&B paracetamol tablet, the red one, and its pleasant-tasting pineapple flavor syrup, she sends aches and pains far away from her family. Because mothers who know trust May Ann Baker for its over 70 years of quality experience. If symptoms persist after 2 days, consult your doctor. M&B paracetamol. Pain can't stop you.
Out in the field of pharmaceutical innovation, in general, in supply chain, in development and access to quality medicine in particular. Developing and strengthening national pharmaceutical innovation, strategies and plan of action for public health, innovation and intellectual properties become indispensable for an accurate post-COVID management. Implementing this innovation in Nigeria include establishing a mechanism to manage information on progress in the countries, workforce capacity, creating a series of workshops to ensure that government and regulatory authorities have the best possible information and share their know-how and lessons learned. Integration of new technology in the pharmaceutical health sector, without putting aside the advocacy for vaccination
and then one day I go pharmacy. I don't try 3 different malaria medicine. None work for me.
Have you tried Malact? Malact is the effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicines for over 75 years. Malact contains a combination active drug called dihydroartemisinin piperacin, which keeps working in your body for up to 6 weeks, stopping the malaria parasite from knocking you down. This is why Malact is a control button against malaria.
Now 3 tablets I take every day for 3 days.
Now some Malact give malaria boy one time. Now I have malaria. I go punch my own back.
Malact, your control button against malaria. Available in pharmacies near you.
Long live the pharmacist. I cannot finish before I acknowledge Dr. Akinen, who is immediate president of APF, and then Dr. Azubike Okwo, past immediate president of APF, and then Mohamed Elijah, the registrar who was the secretary of APF, and Arinola, of course, who is deputy secretary.
Thank you very much. I feel for you. You don't have enough time, but we don't have all the time. I invite the representative of the President of Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, APBN, Surveyor Akin Oyebola, represented by the State Chairman, APBN, Dr. Boniface Woko. 2 minutes, your goodwill. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand on the existing protocols. My president, the president of all presidents, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, sends his goodwill message to PSN. He is so much happy that the theme of this conference is coming at this very time. And there's no other time than now. And encourage us, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to work harder to see this pandemic that the world is passing through will be a thing of the past. And wish you successful deliberation as you go on. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would want to take this special recognition of some of our pharmacists who have broken the jinx and the ceiling that was put in by those who do not want the profession to move forward. So at this point in this event, I want to recognize pharmacist Dr. Christiana Equitos Akbar, FPSN, the Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority Medical Services. Please, let's acknowledge her. Thank you very much, Madam. We also recognize pharmacist Dr. Zango Mohammed, the Managing Director, NNPC Medical Services. You're welcome. Before I yield the podium to my co-compare Bayo to continue and bring up the chairman of today's occasion, who has sat patiently, a man I share some common grounds with as a friend of the playpen, the son of Mrs. F, a woman who moved through the parts of the earth and left as an institution. I would want to recognize the gatekeeper of the city of Port Harcourt where we're in. I'm talking of no other person but the Lord Mayor of Port Harcourt City Local Government Area. May we recognize and welcome Honorable Sir Orwell Ihunda JP, the Lord Mayor of Port Harcourt City. You're welcome, Mayor. Thank you. Bayo, please, I would yield the podium for you to bring up our chairman. Thank you.
This election go happen. No, we lost our. Now you be this. Yeah. Every time before we see you, they waka like you know well. Now just you don't dey compare.
Before, malaria dey knock me gbasgbos. And then one day, I go pharmacy. I don't try 3 different malaria medicines. None work for me.
Have you tried Malat? Malat is the effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicines for over 75 years. Malat contains a combination active drug called dihydroartemisinin piperacin, which keeps working in your body for up to 6 weeks, stopping the malaria parasite from knocking you down. This is why Malat is your control button against malaria.
Now 3 tablets I take every day for 3 days.
Now some Malat give malaria boy one time. Now my head be malaria. I go punch my own back.
Malat, your control button against malaria. Available in pharmacies near you.
There's something every mother has. It's something like a sixth sense. Like knowing exactly when her baby's in danger. It doesn't matter where she is or what she's doing. She carries her family in her heart always and knows when all is not well, even when it appears like she might be wrong. A mother's instincts are hardly ever wrong. And she trusts M&B paracetamol, the red one, to save the day. With fast-acting and effective M&B paracetamol tablet, the red one, and its pleasant-tasting pineapple flavor syrup, she sends aches and pains far away from her family. Because mothers who know trust May and Baker for its over 70 years of quality experience. If symptoms persist after 2 days, consult your doctor. M&B paracetamol. Pain can't stop you.
Are you having troubles falling asleep? Or you're having a difficult time staying asleep? Then what you need is the HP12 Night 4-in-1 formula. It contains zinc, hemoglobin, vitamin B12 and melatonin. The HP12 Night 4-in-1 formula boosts your immunity while you sleep, helps you fall asleep and stay asleep, builds your blood cells, keeps you energized, and reduces stress and fatigue. The HP12 Night 4-in-1 formula is marketed and distributed by Advantage Pharmaceuticals Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to bring forward the chairman of the opening ceremony of the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. This great Nigerian is a barrister at law, a 2-time minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the son of the soil. Is an Ijaw person, and the Kalabari blood flows in his veins. Mr. Henry Odein Ajumogobia, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Commander of the Federal Republic Commander Federal Republic, was born on the 29th of June, 1956. To the family of the Ajumogobias. And he was schooled at the University of Lagos, where he got his first LLB degree before proceeding to Harvard to get his master's in law. And he was a former commissioner of Justice and Attorney General of Rivers State. Mr. Henry Odein Ajumogobia led the Nigerian delegation to OPEC while he was Minister of State for the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to bring forward, to give his opening remarks and to declare open the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. the man I have so much respect for, the finest amongst them. Let's have a pharmaceutical welcome for Mr. Henry Odane Ajumogobia, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Commander Federal Republic, to give his opening remarks and to declare open this August conference. Thank you so much, sir.
From my experience in giving countless speeches over a lifetime, both as a lawyer and as a politician, I've learned one thing. The worst time to give a speech is just before lunch. And if you look at your programs, you'll see that lunch was scheduled for 1 p.m. The second worst time to give a speech is after listening to a brilliant keynote address. And I think the keynote address we listened to earlier was just that, brilliant. And I think we really should give Professor Diete another very resounding round of applause. So I'm going to try and make this as short as I can so that you can go and have lunch. The president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and former chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, amongst many other distinctions, Mazi Sam Ohaboma, the special guest of honor, His Majesty Dandenson Douglas Jaja, the Amayanaba of Opobo Kingdom, has left, but we acknowledge his presence here earlier. The past presidents of the PSN, and president of the Board of Fellows and fellows of PSN Board, and fellows of various other institutions here present, members of the National Executive Committee of PSN and branch executives and the Conference Planning Committee members. Of course, our brilliant keynote speaker, Professor Moji Christiana Diete, Director General of NAFDAC. I'm so happy to acknowledge the presence of our mayor, the mayor of the city of Port Harcourt, Honorable Ihunda, who has graced us with his presence. Distinguished delegates, members of the print and
recording in
electronic
progress.
Media, ladies and gentlemen, guests. Let me begin by thanking you for this invitation to attend and to chair this opening ceremony of your Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria 94th Annual Conference with the theme COVID-19 Lessons, Broadening and Strengthening the Pharmaceutical and Health Sector. As we heard earlier, PSN is one of the oldest professional associations in Nigeria, if not the oldest, having been established in 1927. Older than both the Nigerian Medical Association and the Nigerian Bar Association, of which I am a proud member. And so I'm particularly honored to be here this morning, and I'm also pleased that I got a small pack of Ibunova 400 for my osteoarthritis when I came. So thank you for the manufacturer who provided that. Because of its wide and unprecedented disruptive impact, COVID-19 is frequently thrown into titles and themes and sub-themes at conferences and symposia since the pandemic hit in early 2020. But I think that you could hardly have chosen a more appropriate theme for your conference this year, given the ongoing challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic to the pharmaceutical and the health sectors especially. As a lawyer and a non-scientist, I must say I was very surprised at my invitation by the distinguished president of PSN, Mazi Sam Ohaboma, to be chairman of your 2021 annual conference. Fortuitously, I can, however, claim to have 3 close associations or connections with the pharmaceutical family. On the one hand, and on a personal note, my wife's father, the late Dr. George Obene Iketibosing, was a pioneer pharmacist and the first Nigerian B.Pharm graduate of the University of London, and I'm proud to also say the first in West Africa to obtain a PhD in pharmaceutical chemistry in 1962. While he was embarking on an academic career as a founding faculty member of the University of Ife, where he taught and mentored many of the early entrants into the field of pharmacy. He was also a pioneer in initiating research into Nigerian medicinal plants. His wife and my mother-in-law was also a practicing pharmacist. As was their younger son. And so my wife, though a chartered accountant by profession, still displays the traits of an apprentice pharmacist. From the days when she used to spend hours watching her mother in the dispensary, counting tablets and mixing solutions and suspensions, as they used to do in those days, and understanding the attributes of many medicines. On the other hand, the legal profession has something else in common with pharmacists, and that is the love of and reliance on fine print. I also heard today that, like the legal profession, pharmacists are all men of honor, whether male or female. The legal profession, we call ourselves gentlemen of the bar. A friend recently told me of an experience, and this goes to what I'm going to talk about now, about the collaboration between the medical profession and pharmacists. A recent experience when he awoke one morning with severe cold symptoms. He immediately took a well-known over-the-counter cold remedy recommended by a pharmacist. He had often used it successfully in the past. An hour later, he was on the phone to his doctor, gasping and in distressed voice, describing the heart palpitations, shortness of breath, blurry vision he was experiencing. It turned out that the doctor had recently put him on a prescription antidepressant, and he was experiencing the frightening and potentially dangerous results of a reaction caused by these 2 colliding drugs in his system. This highlights the issue of mutual dependence between pharmacists and doctors that I think we should strengthen as one of the lessons of COVID. The overarching goal is patient safety through authentic medication and advice. And we heard from the Director General of NAFDAC the steps they've taken to ensure the authenticity of medicines and the safety for the consuming public. I think too many doctors and pharmacists still appear reluctant to consult each other, resulting in patients not getting the best value or in persons presenting late to hospital. It's understandable that patients often see the pharmacies as a way of bypassing the cost of hospital registration. I think that this phenomenon is something that the PSN should look at and requires closer regulation. It also highlights the mutual dependence between pharmacists and doctors that must be strengthened if healthcare in Nigeria is to improve significantly. Speaking of mutual dependence reminds me of the amusing anecdote of a doctor who was to give a speech and jotted down some notes. Unfortunately, this doctor could not read his own jottings. We all know how difficult it is to read doctors' prescriptions. So what did he do? He asked his audience, "Is there a pharmacist in the house?" But the pharmacists too have their own fine print. And you may need a magnifying glass to read some of the fine print. A typical drug might state that the drug can cause side effects as varied as dry mouth, dry eyes, dizziness, blurred vision, even stroke. Sometimes you wonder if you don't need a separate medication for each side effect. But sadly, for some of us who are putting on weight, you rarely see a warning that says this drug will cause permanent weight loss. But speaking seriously, there can be no debate about the desirability of the goal of universal health care, and the well-being and the role of the insurance will necessarily play an important role in achieving it. COVID-19 simply heightened our awareness of this and how far we are away from that goal in Nigeria. What if the predictions of the West had come true for Nigeria with COVID-19? What was the state of our healthcare facilities, both pharmacological and medicinal? One can only thank God that we are where we are. I mean, it's still bad enough with close to 3,000 deaths attributed to COVID. Having said this, the leading causes of death and disability in Nigeria are still preventable and treatable diseases that can be alleviated with cost-effective essential medicines. However, the majority of our population lacks regular access to such medicines. To put in context what I'm saying, malaria kills 100,000 people each year. COVID, 3,000 in 2 years. So while this theme of the conference is about COVID and the lessons learned, we must not lose sight of the bigger picture and the role that you play in our healthcare system at large. Pharmacists are absolutely critical for attaining the goal of universal health coverage and equitable access to essential health services, particularly in relation to access to medicines and medicines expertise. Yet there are apparently less than 24,000 registered pharmacists serving a population of 200 million in Nigeria. The data that I have seen suggests that of this number, less than 14,000 are in active professional practice, as indicated by the number of licensed pharmacists. This, incidentally, is only slightly lower than the number of medical doctors in the country, currently put at a little over 25,000. That was, of course, before the last avoidable NMA strike and the migration overseas of numerous resident doctors and consultants that, shockingly, a government minister applauded as one of Nigeria's exports to the world. This data highlights a huge deficit in availability and supply of pharmacists in the country, with widespread variances in distribution observed across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. Now, when these numbers are broken down further, one discovers that almost 40% of the licensed workforce and community pharmacies are situated in the southwest of Nigeria, with fewer than 10% of the total in the northeast and in the northwest combined. As I said earlier, COVID-19 pandemic simply highlighted these vulnerabilities due to reliance on imports for most of our medicines and other health product needs, including vaccines. According to a recent United Nations Economic Commission for Africa estimate, Africa imports about 94% of its pharmaceutical and medicinal needs from outside the continent at an annual cost of over $16 billion. Just imagine that, $16 billion. This is a terrible indictment and highlights the need for research and policies that will promote increased within-country availability, manufacturing, equitable distribution, and retention, especially in the underserved states of our country. At the 76th United Nations General Assembly meeting in September 2021, It was significant that almost all the African presidents that went to the podium and prime ministers, one after the other, including our own president, appealed for equitable distribution of vaccines in Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in massive disruptions in global supply chains. Nigeria is particularly vulnerable with respect to pharmaceuticals since there's a limited local production and more than 70%, and we heard this from the Director General of NAFDAC, of the drug supply is imported into Nigeria, creating a huge supply-demand disparity, particularly in times like COVID-19. As I said earlier, fortunately, compared to Europe and America, we have been relatively fortunate in respect of morbidity and mortality, not necessarily because of what the government has done, though some state governments must be commended for doing well to contain what might have been a much higher mortality rate. It has often been suggested as a reason that compared with Europe and America, we have a larger population of young people and a population of persons with significantly less morbidity of chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension. But it's not enough to speculate. It's incumbent on the pharmaceutical community in Nigeria to research this phenomenon, this striking phenomenon, and explain it. Could it also be that some traditional treatments of the symptoms of COVID-19 have been very effective? This indeed may be one of the lessons to be learned. To study and isolate the medicinal properties from the various herbs, roots, and other local treatments. Undoubtedly, non-pharmacological approach of the use of face masks, hand sanitizing, social and physical distancing has also been a great help. However, the greatest challenge we are now faced with, as we heard in the previous presentation, is the issue of vaccination. Historically, the world has overcome several past pandemics. Smallpox was eradicated in Nigeria 40 years ago. We're in the last stages of eradicating poliomyelitis. And there are several other diseases, particularly viruses, that are under control. Nigeria was itself known for the production of very important vaccines for several years until recently. The Yaba vaccine laboratory produced yellow fever and smallpox vaccines. Other vaccines were produced in Jos for veterinary needs, and anti-snake venom vaccines were also produced in Jos. With these achievements, Nigeria should be in the forefront of the production of vaccines against COVID-19. Now, who should be responsible, and why haven't we met this challenge? I see this as a great need and a great challenge for the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, in collaboration with other agencies such as the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NIPRD, National Agency for Food and Drug Agency, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and so on. Solutions must be found. COVID-19 is yet to be overcome. As it is, over 70% of the population in developed countries have received at least one dose of the vaccine, while less than 3% of the population in the developing countries have received one dose. This, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is a shame. We cannot continue to rely on compassion of the developed countries and must find a way out of this vaccine quagmire for the sake of future public health emergencies. Thinking ahead, we should bear in mind that we are being challenged by new variants of the virus of COVID-19. There is also now evidence of the decline of the efficacy of the available vaccines in use. This too should be an area of interest to research groups in Nigeria. PSN, no doubt, has the manpower and skills and expertise to face this challenge. What is needed is partnership with government, a robust partnership with government to introduce policies and incentives to make this happen. One therefore cannot overstress the imperative to increase local production of essential drugs with from the current 40% to at least 75%, and of course, production of local vaccines. Appropriate measures must be promoted to ensure adequate funding for ethical processes on drug production, even as we improve on the regulation of importation, pricing, to curtail the kind of profiteering that we saw in the last 2 years for COVID-related medication and consumables and distribution, especially during public health emergencies. In conclusion, COVID-19 has once again highlighted the need for a more effective structure of drug manufacturing, importation, distribution, administration, and control, especially in view of the current reliance on foreign sources for not only finished drug products, but pharmaceutical raw materials, reagents, manufacturing equipment to provide safe, efficacious, and good quality drugs to meet the health needs of all Nigerians. Thus, the formulation of new strategies, strengthening achievements in areas where progress has been recorded, and there are many, as we heard this morning, addressing those areas that call for more effective action must be prioritized. It is expected that with judicious implementation of revised policies based on advice from PSN, the Nigerian people will have sustainable access to safe, efficacious, and good quality drugs. The publication of an essential drug list and a national drug formulary and the establishment of a statutory agency responsible for drug administration and control and the introduction of drug registration procedures are all steps in the right direction. I also believe that our collective experiences from COVID-19 present an excellent opportunity for innovation, which is the way forward in a post-COVID-19 world. Even before COVID-19, prominent Nigerian brands like Emzor, Fidson, Health Plus, Med Plus, and others, equally established brands, blazed a trail of creating confidence in consumers in the authenticity and quality of their products. This sense of confidence in the consumer must be more widespread. Let me end on a personal note in speaking of innovation. My wife and I recently encountered the sort of innovation and effectiveness that I have in mind in one of your profession's bright stars, My Medicines, that effectively used technology and networks to get genuine medicines to our daughter who had taken ill on a trip out of Lagos within a couple of hours. And within a couple of hours after the medicines were delivered and used, received a phone call from this pharmacy to follow up on the effectiveness of the drugs that they had delivered. I believe that more of such innovative models will take Nigerian healthcare to the next level of inclusivity and better health for our people. It is only then that we will be able to say that laughter is the best medicine. On that note, let me welcome you all again and wish you fruitful deliberations. And in the absence of His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, who was to declare this 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria open, it is my honor and pleasure to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman of today's occasion, Mr. Odein Ajumogobia, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I didn't know that you have some link with pharmacists. So I can see why, when you came in here, you came in before most of us, and you have been at home. Particularly, you must be very wise because you know that the only group of professionals who are licensed to dispense, manufacture, export, import, keep, and house poisons are pharmacists. So, men of wisdom are at peace with pharmacists. At this point, I would want to bring up the Secretary of PSN, my friend and brother, pharmacist Benga Falabi, to come and take the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. And you will permit me for my croaking voice, because by the time I'll be especially thanking those who make this place the way it is looking. The crew will be showing what we met when we came here, and you will see what went into what we did. But let me say this, that on behalf of the President, NEC, and Council of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, we want to specially show our gratitude to the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency, a former federal minister of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, a former Attorney General of this state. We thank you so very much, and we appreciate your complete humility and timeliness. He was one of the very first people in this auditorium this morning. And he just walked in, and he just took an ordinary seat somewhere behind. If you have not been able to put the face to his picture in the media, you will have walked past if you are not the one that always greets people that you meet even for the first time. We thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. We want to thank His Royal Highness, the Chairman, Traditional Council, that was here with us. We want to sincerely appreciate our keynote address speaker, Professor Diete DG NAFDAC, who delivered that lecture that we will all be looking at in our breakout session later this afternoon and the subsequent sessions in the course of this conference. And our appreciation also goes to our dignitaries, our invited guests, both those who are physically present and those who join us virtually. Particularly, let me thank the person of pharmacist Adigwe, DG Niprid. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Pharmacist Etatuvi, DG NNMDA, we appreciate you. And the representative of the DG SON, Pharmacist Emeka Duru, we appreciate you for coming. Thank you. And also, we want to appreciate the delegation from NAPSA and our delegation from the African Pharmaceutical Forum. We appreciate everyone for coming here. And of course, the armed forces, ably represented by colleagues in the Nigerian Air Force. Please, can you stand up for a very good recognition and welcome? We thank you so very much for gracing this opening ceremony. We appreciate your coming. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And of course, our thanks will not be complete if we don't thank the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria who are here present, and every member of the society who made it a point to be here physically, and the few that are joining online. Our other invited guests, members of the press, we thank you so very much for gracing this occasion, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, happening here live in Rivers State, the Garden City. We thank you so much, and we believe that those who will still be behind to go for the other programs of events in today's and subsequent days, you will also be able to enjoy that which the CPC and the LOC have put together for you in this conference, which is why it is tagged the Guiding City 2021, a conference that you will experience and you will savor the experience for some time before we meet at the next edition. Thank you so very much for gracing this opening ceremony, and we'll be leaving and I'll be handing over so that we'll be declaring also another part of this event, which will be the opening and declaring opening of the exhibition hall. That is one major part of this event, which is happening live in Rivers State. Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. The National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Benga Falabi, delivering the vote of thanks. As has been said, we'll be moving to declare the exhibition open, but before that, we will crave your indulgence to take some photographs. And I would crave your indulgence at this time to be upstanding for the national anthem. Can we be upstanding for the national anthem to mark the close of the opening ceremony of the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria.
Recording stopped.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to ask that our dignitaries file out so that we can take photographs. The dignitaries right here, yes. The past presidents, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our invited guests. Oh, I didn't know. Our diaspora associates, please join the photograph section. The chairman, board of fellows, okay, she's already. Yeah, okay, yes. The VIP forum with the presidents will come up this evening at 6 p.m. at Kasoni International Hotel and Suites, Presbyterian Close off Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. We have invited all the VIP Yes, I also invite the chairman, exhibition stand. Yes, sir. You will lead the exhibition. Yes, if the photograph section is over, then you take my right, sir. There's a connecting my right. Yes, they are leading, sir. They will lead you to the exhibition, to the tour of exhibition. Okay, yes. While the president leads the VIP to the exhibition stand, We implore on every pharmacist to try to get to the exhibition center. It's a sight to behold. It's been done in a way that it has never been done before. And remember also, we have an obligation of conscience to keep faith with these companies who help us to make things happen. So today at the VIP dinner with the presidents, we expect the chairman and secretaries of PSN Niger State, PSN Imo State, PSN Akwa Ibom State, and PSN Oyo State, and PSN Plateau State. These states have distinguished themselves in the way they have invested in the venture. So we have certificates to hand over to them. This announcement is for the alumni of University of Lagos. They will have a brief meeting right here after this opening ceremony at this main hall. And this announcement is sent out by Dr. Olubisola Olubake, the chairman.
And fill my night.
We are still grateful to some of our sponsors. We recognize the SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, whose DG is unavoidably absent. We're quite grateful for the support we continue to get from Standard Organization of Nigeria. By my time now is 49 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock. And from our earlier scheduled program, we're supposed to start the plenary section by 2 p.m.
A member of the Enzo Group. We are a leading brand in the health sector in Nigeria and provide solutions that empower healthcare practitioners. Our success lies in our culture, a combination of quality products that create an enabling environment for healthcare professionals to deliver patient-centered care. We bring a strong commitment to professionalism in service delivery, and this extends to our after-sales culture. At Emzo HESCO, we offer solutions such as quality medical consumables for wound closure, safety and protective wear, disinfectants for high-level infection control, and medical tubular disposable products. Within our equipment portfolio are a wide range of durable and affordable products such as theater and gynecological solutions, ICU and NICU solutions, medical diagnostics and imaging, hospital furniture and orthopedic implants, and mobility and rehabilitation aids. We offer our unique partnership models to accelerate equipment acquisition, and this includes, but is not limited to, endoscopy and ultrasound PPP, 24 hours medical consumables outlets, equipment and orthopedic implant rentals, comprehensive after-sales services through our biomedical engineers, and lastly, capacity building in various medical specialties. We are accessible through various sales outlets, online platforms, and have medical sales reps all across the country. Emzo HESCO Limited is your frontline total healthcare solution, and the name you can trust.
So many nights I'd sit by my window waiting for someone to sing me her song. So many dreams I kept deep inside me, alone in the dark. But now you've come
Again, calling on alumni of the University of Lagos. Look out for Dr. Joda. I'm sure anywhere you see her standing could serve as the venue for the meeting. Lost but found, Ogudu.
And knowledge and excitement from the conference venue straight to you wherever you may be. As men of honor this year, as men of honor from different parts of Nigeria, we will gather in Port Harcourt, the Garden City, for the mother of all conferences, the 94th Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, from the 1st to the 6th of November 2021. This year's conference, with the theme, COVID-19 Lessons, Broadening and Strengthening the Pharmaceutical and Health Sector, will feature a host of value-adding activities, from the opening ceremony to exhibitions, to breakout sessions, to town hall meetings, alumni reunions, meetings by various technical groups, the annual general meeting, and of course the elections, to the gala night and the closing banquet. This year's conference will be hybrid. We will be transmitting the fun and glamour and knowledge and excitement from the conference venue straight to you wherever you may be, via Zoom and PharmaStream TV platforms on Facebook and YouTube. Please follow, like, and subscribe to PharmaStream TV on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. I, Taiwo Olawaini, will be taking you through the journey of the conference.
This election go hard them. No, we lost our. Now you be this.
Yeah.
Every time before we dey see you, they waka like you know well. Now just you don't take okay.
Before, malaria dey knock me basbos. And then one day, I go pharmacy. I don't try 3 different malaria medicine. None work for me.
Have you tried Malact? Malact is the effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicines for over 75 years. Malact contains a combination active drug called dihydroartemisinin